I am sure sports. You know me there, from coast to coast representing. I mean, I say this is righteous representing for Omar. You don't know, come get the sports over here from near and far. Boy. Me say I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. If me not sure, that me not say it. Know who score, that me not say it. Never know no game play, that me not say it. If me never see no game, me no know who play. For your sports news, better come over here so. For your soccer news, then come over here so. If you don't love sports, still come over here so. For the date done, you are gonna love over here so.
So when it comes on to behavior concerning football, Jamaica is decent. I am sure that if we can get all of these things done, set in place by the end of April, it gives us enough time before the World Cup campaign. Not afraid of no Brazil, no Argentina with these crapper players. We are good enough. Remember to like, subscribe, share. Listen, comment, let me know what your thoughts are.
Trick-Nick Jerk Marinade gives your meats and vegetables authentic Jamaican jerk flavor. The spices are directly from Jamaica. Spices like jerk seasoning, allspice, Scotch bonnet pepper, fresh scallions, thyme, ginger, and garlic. The key ingredients to a great jerk marinade. 0% sugar and low in sodium. You want to try it?
Made up of 18 Jamaican herbs and spices, add delicious, bold flavor to your next grilling experience. Flavoring sauce, a marinade, basting, condiment, or topping. Trick-Nick Jerk Barbecue Sauce.
All right. Good morning. Welcome to I Am Sure Sports. I am your host, Manningsman. How are you doing today? Top of the morning to you. Wherever you're watching us from, if it is from the overcast island of Jamaica at this present moment, hope you're in the best of health. If you're in the Americas, north or south or central, greetings to you and hope you're doing well. If you're in Europe, we say grace and peace be multiplied to you always. Those who are in other places in the Caribbean, all the way on the continent of Africa, we hail you all, my friends from Ethiopia. Bless up, because I know you are always tuned in and watching what is happening. The Ethiopian friends of mine, I have a few of them, and they always tell me that as Jamaicans, we have land over there. So if we ever decide that we need land to live, there's a continent called Africa, and there's a place there called Ethiopia, home, they say, of the Haile Selassie, his emperor, Haile Selassie. Yeah, we can take a sojourn there. I don't know how repatriation will go. But as usual, I always want us to stop and think and reflect on the goodness of life, that we are alive. We didn't have to be here, and we are here today. And so we ought to be absolutely grateful that we're living and that we are in the best of health, and that the goodness of the Creator God has kept and preserved us. I encourage you today that in all you're doing, make sure is that you add value to people's life, right? You don't have to be a perfect person, but every day you live, you can make a difference. Maybe you attended a school and you can go back there and add value to a youngster's life. Maybe you lived in a community and somehow, you weren't supposed to make it out, but you have made it out because someone was ahead of you, and you looked at them, or you emulated, their good attributes and actions, and you made it out of that community. I encourage you today to go back to those places, find someone that you can inspire and encourage, right? We can make a difference. I know you think that, what can I do as an individual? But if every individual person makes that effort to change one life, then all lives will be better. So I implore and I challenge you today to find somebody who you are ahead of and lead them beyond where you are. And when you leave this place called earth, because naked we came and naked we shall return. Don't die with all that you have. Give it away. Because the more you give is the more you receive. All right. Hope that has set the precedence. I want to see a couple of things before I get into this. I'm going to call out a gentleman. His name is Mr. Roy Simpson. Mr. Roy Simpson. One of these days, they need to come on the platform and talk to man in money. Hey, you're me, I tell you. Anyways, big up yourself. But let me just add to that I came back and I heard that a very good friend of mine, former national footballer, he works at Jamaica College with the youth program. He has been there and he has been doing a whole lot of work. His name is Wayne Palmer, and I understand that he's having some health struggles with cancer in particular, and there are different ways that people are seeking to contribute to his health care. A very soft-spoken individual. He did a whole lot in terms of national football, but not only that, he has helped to change and transform many lives, young lives. And so I want to encourage you today is that to find a way to give back to the Wayne Palmer. I don't know what you call it, but give back to Wayne Palmer to support his his health care or his improving health and his fight against cancer. And I'm telling you, it is deadly. I know that because I have two relatives of mine very dear to me, lots of potential, who succumb to the rigors of this deadly disease called cancer. I always tell my sons that if any of them decide to go into medicine, I hope they can find a cure to deal with cancer. It is deadly and it's affecting more and more Jamaicans. And so I have some information on that. And if you'd like to give back to the source of funds, then I can give you that. It doesn't come to management, it goes directly there to Wayne Palmer and his family and the people who are doing that over there. All right. So please, especially the people who are part of the Jamaica College family, because as you know, that's where Wayne Palmer is at the moment. All right. Also, next big event, it is the Ali Cup that is coming up. Uh, Carlton Hammond at Samba, Chris Bailey, and the rest of the crew there, Delaranks, all of the guys from Excelsior, they are putting together the Ali Cup again this season. It is bigger, it is better, it is spread across several parishes. And the coaches, they are trying to get in touch with all the coaches who are supposed to be a part of it. I should be doing an interview with them in short order so you can get more details as to what is happening with the Ali Cup and know how you can be involved in it, how you can attend and enjoy the festivities at Jamaica College, St. Elizabeth Technical, and at the Excelsior High School. Yes, so get yourself ready for that. You understand me? Everdeen Scarlett, man from Cavaliers. Oh, Everdeen, I didn't know you're a Excelsior High School man. Okay, who is the coach for the Excelsior? The Excelsior Manning Cup team this season. One thing, there are some schools, if you go there and you don't win, you lose your job right away. You understand me? You lose your job right away. You have to be producing the results to stay on the job. If you don't produce the result, you're gone. There's a school. I will not call its name, but it is located in the heart of Spanish Town. You understand me? Yeah, it's located in the heart of Spanish Town. I will not call its name. It bears part of the name of the former capital of Jamaica, but I will not call the school name. Every year they change a coach, they don't ramp, If you snooze, you lose. You have to win. You understand me? You win or you're gone. You understand me? But bless up. Yeah, man. Okay, Everdeen, you're a part of the coaching staff. I have not seen sure improvement. People, where is sure improvement? Sure improvement if you're out there. I've seen Joan Spence. I have not I've not seen BB crossing some back, but I've seen a few other persons, right? So Brain Drain, Jason Guna, Jason, who we have Eagle Republic, bless up yourself. Fresh God as usual is right here. Balakar is here. I see Unseen Sports TV is here. Coach Wins was here yesterday. Okensanya Simis is also here. You understand me? Big up to all of you, those who are watching. And I know many of you, you don't necessarily comment all the while, but it's always good to have you on. You understand me? Big up Tyrone Williams as well. I saw Simon Preston on yesterday as well. Big up to Stan Cranky, Cataract, Andre from Trinidad, and to big up to all the fans in Trinidad. You understand me? I know Jamaica and Trinidad, especially Cataract, is creating this banter business between us and Trinidad. Cataract, we encourage you to leave that alone, my brother. You understand me? T-Got passing through, not the original Paul T-Got Davis. This is one that is trying to be popular, so he uses the name T-Got, hoping that he would get some level of popularity, but it is not so. Um, but I also understand that there are some major moves that have been made in the transfer window in Jamaica already. I just came back to the news that Romario Guthrie has moved from Arnett Gardens to Mount Pleasant. Yes, and that's a captain. I like the way Mount Pleasant is moving. He was a former captain at Arnett. He moves to Mount Pleasant as a captain. Fitzroy Cummins as well, who is a captain at Veer, has moved to Mount Pleasant. The Premier League season is going to be fantastic, can I say? Right. So that's too. I also found out that one of my footballers, somebody that I know, he has migrated to Canada. That is Alwyn Harvey. He made his debut for the national team early last year. So he's in Canada. So you won't be seeing him in the Mount Pleasant colors this year. Big up Dre Anyweather Sports as well. You understand. All right. Anything I am leaving out, you can let me know. All right. Have a few days with you. As you know, I like to be open and transparent with you. So you know that we have been away for a while. So we have to, reinvest quality time, with our family and our other stuff, because sometimes when you're away and you come back, you don't get a break because there are so many things that needs to be done. So, you'll see a couple of videos this week, and then we reduce the amount next week because we have many things that needs to be accomplished. Let me just I see here a comment by Dre Anyweather Sports. It's that time of the year when all aspiring footballers try out to play in the JPL and conquer club championship. Why I get the feeling that Dre Anyweather, a Harborview man, trying to promote. Hey Dre, yeah, 5-time champions, Harborview FC, one-day trial, Wednesday 4 p.m. Be early, he said. Big up Dre, the Harborview fan. Mannings, for one, I'm glad we were humbled by Mexico. If we had advanced or won the Gold Cup, it would have been easy to gloss over the deficiencies of the team. We need a lot of work. Absolutely. I don't think though, and let me just take up that and say this. Listen, I think the truth is we have a coaching staff led by Coach Himir Hallgrimsson that they are not they're not living in fantasy. They are clear in terms of, like you said, the deficiencies in the team, and understand that it is a work in progress. And if you listen to all of his post-match post-match and pre-match comments, when you listen to when Andre Blake did his interviews or his press conferences, or Bobby Reed, or Daniel Johnson, or Adrian Mariappa, or Kevon Lambert, when those persons spoke, they spoke to the fact. Even Shamar Nicholson, who quite eloquently expressed where the team is at. You take the lessons from the past, you put them into the future. You can't change the past, he says, but you take the lessons. This is Shamar Nicholson at that Boys Town game. He says you can't change the past, but you can take the lessons from the past to shape the future. I think, regardless of what the outcome is, of course, the team is still being built. It is not done yet. The team is still being built. And it is clear the coaching staff understand that, the management understand that, and I think even the players understand that this is a work in progress. There needs to be players stepping up, players stepping in. That is the reality. And we have opportunities coming up in September in the Nations League to do that, to do more fine tuning. What my hope is that by the time we get to the middle of 2020, because 2024, we should have a core. I know people don't like to hear that word, but every team is built on a core group of players. Players that once they are fit and playing, you know they are going to be a part of your team. I think we have a good composition of goalkeepers right now. And when you look at the three that were at the Gold Cup, plus you have like Amal Knight, who have been having a fantastic season in leagues there. So you have there's a pool. You have Kemar Foster as well, who plays locally. So there are 5 good goalkeepers we have that I think at any time they can step up and do a job. Big up A.M. Henry, who has just joined, right? So I think that's a part of your core right there. I think when you look at a young Dexter Lembikisa, very young player, Deshaun Bernard, very young. You saw Brandon Cover in Austria, and he also played in the CSC games. Good young player, right? You still have Delano Splat. These guys were called up. The Omari Hutchinson, the Dujon Whisper Richards, who you would have seen stepping off the bus because he's on tour with the Chelsea team, training and preparing. These are young players. Even Jonathan Russell is very young. He's not 23. You understand me? Lati Bodier is still young. So you have a good core of young players, and then you have your Mikel Antonio, Leon Bailey, you have your Damian Lowe, who is a stalwart. Eastern Pinnock people, you would have seen that he was not there. So I do believe that the management, the coaching staff understand that we are beginning to see or put the pieces in place to like you said, Eagle Republic, have 3 competent replacement in every position. And that's where the team ought to be. And some of that is going to change, but you should begin to see a forming of a core group, which is what you want. It's all, football is always work in progress. And like I've been saying to people, when I look at this Mexican team, this coach had them at the Olympics and they went to the gold medal match. So he's very familiar with these players. It is the same group. A lot of these players were from their under 20. They played together. They played in the Olympic competition. And then when they changed the coach after the Nations League, they brought in the coach that was coaching some of these players and brought in more of them. So the truth is they have a good group or a good core of players who are ready, up and going. You understand me? So Jamaica needs to do that. And I think Coach Hal Grimson, who I have a lot of respect for, because I mean, managing personalities, I think is one of his strongest thing. I think the way that he's able to manage the different relationships and personalities is commendation to him and the coaching staff. So I do believe that the program is on the right path. I believe that. To say that it is perfect and good would not be truthful, because nothing is perfect until it is complete and it is done and go to the next place it's supposed to be. So it is not perfect, but I can say that the path that is being paved is leading to a better place. And I think we can safely say that, given the additions, given the fact that we see players like Colin Anderson going away where he's going to develop, that we see Ronaldo Cephas, creating waves where he's at, demanding and commanding a position in the team. You see like Norman Campbell as well. These guys are doing stuff. Norman Campbell decided not to come to Jamaica for the summer, but to stay and work on his physical conditioning for the league coming up. When you see the players beginning to act at this level, you know they realize that to get in this team, it's a lot of work, and to stay in this team is a lot of work. And I think that is only going to challenge football and all across. I think Trevante Stewart is a possibility that he's going to be out of Jamaica, which I believe is going to further develop his game. And this is what you want. You want to have a team where Mikel Antonio is not sure that he is the starter. Leon Bailey is not sure that he is the starter, where there is competition at the highest level in every single position on the team. I think until we get there, you understand, players may feel a need to slack off. And so, yeah, so I think it's a good thing. I see Mr. Porter putting in a name, but I am not. You see, the thing is that I like to speak of players who I know have their Jamaican documentation in terms of they are citizens and passport, and so maybe he has some inside scoop on that, because we have to also stop the name dropping. That's all I'm saying. Don't just drop name. This person can, this person should. Don't just drop name. Ensure that the person, one, like this guy called Edwards, I think his name is Kira Edwards. He plays at Arsenal. He has come out and said that his Jamaican passport is being done and he's going to play for Jamaica. When you hear that, you can say, well, that's a name we can call, because the player himself has come out. I think we have to be more measured in terms of what we say to the fan base, because sometimes we call all of these names and people go, what didn't say this man? Hey, who didn't say this man? Because Jamaicans sometimes, we move from 0 to 100, I'm guilty of that. Jamaicans move from 0 to 100 in 0 seconds. A Jamaican could be right beside you right now and them cool. And you step on them toe. And they move from being very cool to being very hot. I'm telling you. So we have to manage how we communicate some of these things to the people. Because you will drive them mad, right? And so let's measure that. But I have to big up some people, though. Big up all the persons. Coach Minzy, bless up yourself. St. Diego man in the building. Calabar man Jason up and running. You understand me? Mr. Porter. Well, Mr. Porter, don't talk. Mr. Porter malice me. That you're going. Big up Rob Simmons. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, no. Oh, Rob Smith says, no man, is Jamaica football fans and vloggers believe in elimination chamber style team building. Play one bad game and you're out. You're the worst player ever. No. I think players must be given an opportunity. And until you know all the things surrounding a player making his debut, don't be so hard on them. Right? Consider all the factors. Buckner says Mexico has better system and program. Stop prettying up things. You said they've been playing U20 and Olympic. They can't. We adapt. Huh? Why can't we adapt too? Mexico has better system and program. Stop prettying up things. You said they've been playing U20 and Olympic. Why can't we adapt too? All right. Chavez Buckner, let me respond to you. What were the 3 results of Jamaica versus Mexico before this? That I'll leave you with. I'll leave you with that. So what are you talking about? I don't understand. What prettying up things? Explain to the people what you mean. I like when you explain what you're saying. Because this right here don't make any sense. How did the Nations League game go in Mexico before this? This was in this year. How did it go? What happened at the National Stadium? What were the last 5 results before this game against Mexico? What are you talking about? Come on, man. People, it's a new season, man. Let us begin to have conversation that are don't use this one result to now judge the history of Jamaica's football against Mexico. Don't. Come on, let's have. Yeah. So let's let's be cool. You understand me? Let's be cool and begin to have the conversation at least a more balanced and educated level when we are going to discuss things. And let's not start arguments without facts, because we can't argue facts, right? So if you look at the thing, it says looking back at the Gold Cup plus moving on to Nations League, and then it says let's plug the gap. So I am admitting from the very thing that there are gaps to be plugged. One, in the team, we need to look back at the Gold Cup, what went wrong, and then add. There's nothing being prettied up. So let's move on to that. All right. Now, Dwight, bless up. El Granero, bless up yourself. Bless up yourself. All right, people. So listen, the next thing I want you to know, for those of you, because a lot of people have been saying that, man, what happened to, like I said, I can't tell you what happened to the monetization, right? I just want to leave that part alone. But it's very easy. In fact, this is an easier way to even support the channel. You can do it via Zelle. That means no one is eliminated, yard or abroad. So I will put it up. Fresh God is going to help me with this because I don't want to just keep it running. All right. Bam, there it is. And you can. All right. The phone lines are also open. Gunner's boss says Gunner's boss is supposed to call back today because yesterday Gunner's boss said that he was misunderstood. So he needs to call back today because he says he doesn't have a problem with persons born outside of Jamaica playing. So he's going to call back today, right, Gunner's boss, and talk about that, right? Yeah. So if you want, you can just Zelle and you can set Zelle and amount. It's just, I just know that some people, and listen, if you don't want to use that, it's fine. All right. But I'm not going, do not ask me what happened. All right. Because I am not going to tell you. Right. Just know that God is good all the time, and all the time God is good. And we walk through the valley of the shadow of death, and we fear no evil. For he is with us. His rod and his staff, they comfort us. And we confidently trust in God. All right. All right. Cranky, where you're hiding? You're supposed to be here. All right. JFF need to aggressively seek a partnership with a shipping/trucking or logistics company. All right. Dwight, you need to call in and talk to me about that. Like, what exactly do you mean? We need depth with the striker pool. Yeah, I like that one. Reggae Boys Fun TV says that we need depth with the striker pool. This one says we need a system in Jamaica to develop players that will eventually represent the national team. I like that. That's good. That's good as well. But I will, to be fair though to what's happening locally, we have seen more players going away. You see, you may not like some of the leagues that they are in, but there are more players going away now. So there seems to be something working. It's just that I think, and this is what you need, the national team needs to be so competitive that players struggle to get into it. And many people are going to be upset, but that is how a national team is supposed to be. It's supposed to be very difficult for you to get into the team because we have such great quantities in terms of quality. But let me big up some people, right? These are some people who were part of the staff. You have a brother named, yeah. They call him. Work with Portmore United. They call him Blacks. Big up yourself, Blacks. You have Mr. Norman Stone. Because sometimes these people, they don't get the accolades, because they are not really seen. But big up Norman Stone. Big up Blacks. You understand me? Big up them persons there. I told you about the goalkeeper coach, Gumi, who I did an interview with. Big up Gumi as well. Pepe is a Spaniard who came in. I mean, I think this guy is great for the national program. That's just my personal opinion. And if there's a way that we can have him join, then awesome. That's Pepe, right? Let me give you some name. They have a youngster, right? He is a person who did all the analysis. Kyle Chin, did this stuff. Greatly appreciated. I think he did a fantastic job, given the kind of resources that were made available to him. He did a good job. Yeah, big up Simon as well, because Simon, did his thing as well. You understand me? Let me give you some more names. Rory, Alvin, Kevin, Chris, Bersha, the chef, because the team had their own chef, Mr. Carl Thomas. You understand me? Big up yourself. So a lot of backroom persons worked. Then always listen. The amount of times we were in situation where persons in the diaspora, we just call them and said, "Hey, this is it," bam, and they just came in and they said, "Okay, let's see how we can help," and they came in and they help, and that is all. It's Alkira James. Them on the general. You have Carol and her husband. Those people go around. You have this gentleman named Nevermore. They go around and whatever they can do to help. Listen, to the Jamaica Football Federation. See, the diaspora is very important to us as a nation in our growth in sport in general. Very important, because to build capacity, we have to tap into a wider pool of human resources. So we need to strategize. How do we get the diaspora? The diaspora, here's what I want to challenge you to do. Like, do it because you want to do it. And even if you get back nothing, be grateful that you get to give something to your country. Sure Improvement is here. I missed you, Sure Improvement. Good to have you. Good to have you back. All right. I am sure sports management. Is Juice Bell still a part of the management team? No, he's not. All right. He's not a part of the management team. All right. I see this one. So people tell me, looking back at the Gold Cup, let's get to our topics, right? Cranky is going to join me, Andre, and Cataract as well. But the phone line are open. Looking back at the Gold Cup, what are some of the lessons you can take, having watched the team, that you think going into the Nations League, we need to work on, we need to improve, right? Demo says, looking back at the Gold Cup, DJ, more minutes, quicker changes in a couple of matches, but overall chemistry was built and it's a plus going forward. Respect Demo Dre. All right, so give me some more thoughts. Where is Unseen? Because Unseen says he has lots of questions. You understand me? The cat must have gotten his tongue. So, because I'm not hearing anything, but so Coventry signed Joel as a centre back. We pretty much played with 4 centre backs in the matches because Lambert them use him as a centre back. All right. So what would you have recommended, Andre? Like, instead of doing that, what are your yes, good that you have identified what you consider to be a problem. How would you have solved it if you were in the position to do so? What is your recommendation to the problem that you have identified? Let us bring up problems, but also at the same time add some solutions, like going ahead. All right. So say you believe that looking back at the Gold Cup, that was bad. We had 4 centre backs in the team. All right, starting team. Going ahead, what would you do differently? All right. So give me that as well. All right. I pray we get 2 different midfield combination. Yeah. You pray hard in a Reggae Voice on TV. Pray hard. Talk it, True Blue. Have you contributed to the Wayne Palmer effort? You're a true blue man, All right. Sure Improvement says Whisper should have gotten more minutes. First time I am not angry with Reggae Boys. I saw progress. Things will get better with this core. Yeah. I'd seen what many questions you have. I don't see any question from you. You think Unseen mad before you break the man head gone now. Him even have a sidekick that head. Oh my God. Rob Smith, behave yourself, you know. Robert, not Rob, Robert Smith, the man who deals with the herbs from down at Mobile, you know. A long time, you know. Remember, you need to come, we need to deal with that thing, you know. Marvin, big up yourself. You understand me? Codfish, where you there, man? Well, since I'm back, I've only seen Boris and Messam. Freddie Butler, where are you? We need an attacking midfielder. Okay, all right. So we need an attacking midfielder in the starting lineup. So that is also suggesting, Ricardo Robinson, that you would restructure the team in terms of how it is set up. So you'd play, because if you're going to use a attacking midfielder, you'd probably use 3 in midfield instead of 4, right? You'd use 3, or you'd play a diamond. How would you play it? How would you do it? Let me know. How would you set up the midfield to get the attacking midfielder? Would you play 4 with a diamond, where you have 1 to the right, to the left, 1 sits deep, 1 sits higher, right? Vinsky says he would use 4-3-3-3. Wouldn't 4-3-3 work? That could work. It could work. But sometimes the more attacking you are, is the more vulnerable you become defensively. So what I want us to do is kind of, when you share your thoughts, because these are just ideas, is how do you create good balance while being potent offensively with your setup? And are there other off the field stuff as well that you think we need to improve on? Right? So I want us to take it broad, not just look at starting 11, but in terms of what do we need to do going ahead, looking back at all the things, preparation, time, travel, players, coaching, leadership. What are the things that we need to take from the Gold Cup and add to the betterment of the program going forward? All right. Drink says, look, if the idea of Jamaica football is to go in Europe to hunt rejected players to represent Jamaica, then why don't we call the team the Jamaican, the England rejects, or something of the sort? drinks, drinks. I think you're gonna get yourself in problems with that comment. I think you're going to get yourself in problems with that comment. I will not, I brought it up to read it, but I'm not going to say anything more. I'm going to leave it right there. We have Coach Minzy from the coach's desk who has joined the program. Coach Minzy.
What go on now, foreigner? What go on, big?
That you start calling me, you're being xenophobic, so you have to call me foreigner. You have to call me.
All right, what go on, big manager?
No, man, it's a Jacob man run the thing, you're going like you know so man. Jacob powerful, Jacob people them have whole influence in Jamaica, I don't understand why I go on, send Jacob de la Vega.
Yeah, man, Monk Street and up Punk Street.
All right. Yeah, man.
So go on.
Yeah, man, I'm here. Again, for the person asking about Super Chat, see the Zell thing there, go ahead and use that. You understand me? Yeah. Oh, so, drinks, you need a number for the show? All right, let me put up that. But go ahead, Coach Minzy, what you're saying? What looking back at the Gold Cup, what you think we can or should improve on for the upcoming Nations League?
Well, pretty much.
What questions do you have for me as well in that?
Pretty much the Gold Cup was I believe a learning experience for the coach. It was good to see the caliber players that we got for this Gold Cup. The issue we had was the team wasn't playing as a team for me. You look at individual brilliance, but you see where they were trying to play the football on the ground, that was a positive. They tried to play out the ball, play it in close spaces, they were a little bit more comfortable on the ball when they were at high press. Because when Mexico started to high press, counter press, they weren't able to deal with that in a manner that we would have expected as fans. So that is something to work on. Obviously, we definitely need a creative individual in the middle of the park to ensure that the personnel that we have up front can actually get the ball into the back of the net. For the most part, for me, my takeaway is a work in progress, learning experience for the coach. He would have played against a few of the CONCACAF teams, even though Mexico and US won't be in the World Cup qualifiers, but you would have gathered a lot of experience from playing with them. I mean, going forward, the middle of the park is the issue. I hear people talking about the right back. I don't per se see an issue with the right back. We might need one more person to add to the pool so that, like you said earlier, persons are not too comfortable knowing that they are the starter. That they have to basically work for their position and for their spot in the team. So it is a work in progress. I see positives. There are negatives as well. I'm not gonna belabor them because I had a show about them, the positive and the negative. So it's it's it's
Okay.
it's a good thing. But what I want to ask you, man, is in terms of um your experience on the training ground and what you saw the coach doing. I hear people talking about his substitutions. They were late. They were not appropriate. Give us a little insight on your thoughts on how we operate in that department.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna get to that, but based on what you were saying earlier, because I hear the thing for a creative midfielder. But you know that if we had converted what I call the easy chances that we had in the games, like in the USA game, I think we had in the first half in particular, we could have been like 3 up. I think the game that we created the least of, if even any, I think we probably had a couple of chances in that second period of the Mexico game. Not the second half, but the second after the first 17 minutes we started coming into the game. All right. But if we had converted all of those chances from the USA game to the Guatemala game, we could have scored around 20 goals. So is it really a lack of creativity by the midfield or the low conversion rate of the forwards? Because could we have had like a more creative midfielder but still not converted the opportunities that we had? Is it our conversion rate that needs to get better, or both things need to happen? So,
I,
and then I'll get to your question.
yeah, man. I think we got chances, but it wasn't from the creativity of that midfield player. It was the individual brilliance of other players. So that's where opportunities were created. I don't see where the midfield actually, hit that ball over the top, hit that diagonal pass or that through pass. It was mainly the creativity of individual players like a Gray, a forward or such like. You know what I mean? So we still need that. And also, yes, we need to work in terms of goal scoring opportunities.
Okay, all right, cool. All right, so let me get to your question. So here, all right, so number one is that I don't know how many persons were aware that Antonio, if you look at the time when Antonio was substituted, a lot of those substitutions were right about the 70th minute. Because, and that is suggesting, right, that there is some restraint in terms of time that he's supposed to play just coming out of the European campaign, right? So there was that substitution that is the time it's going to be made, basically. Probably 1 or 2 minutes pass or before, but right between the 70th and the 75th minute. So that was almost like that's going to be one of your window, because though you have 5 changes, you had specific windows. You also remember as well that one of those games, Amari Bell got a knock. So now you have to manage, because a part of it was management, and then Kemar Lawrence came off. So now you have to be managing the injuries of players in terms of who plays when. Javian Brown had some injury as well. So some of those defensive substitution, I think that were made were based on the physical conditioning of the players having niggles, and you had to say, okay, let's take him out at this point so we can have him for the next game. Pull this one at halftime. But I think there were some proactive changes. For example, in the Mexico game at halftime, we made some changes to the midfield, where Kevin Lambert came out in that game. Kevin Lambert came out of that game, and the team changed how it was playing, where Bobby Reed dropped back into that position. Don't know if you remember that. And Shamar Nicholson came on in the game. So that's a halftime change. Several games, changes were made at halftime. I think out of the 5 games that were played, 2 of the games we made changes during the halftime interval to how the team played and how the team was set up. So I think what was happening is, as the game progressed, people, for example, would say, why not bring on Whisper earlier in the game? It's really more like that. But like in the Mexico game, Javian Brown came back out, right? In the second half. Let's use that one. But then he goes down, which means that one of your window is going to be used up. Right? One of your window is going to be used up. But not only that, the other thing is, when that window was used up, remember you still have the Antonio change that you still have the Antonio change that you are going to make. So that's 2 out of your 3 windows. So now you have to manage it, because you only have 1 more window in extra time, and you're hoping to get back in the game. So I think it is not the timing of the changes, it is the impact of the changes that probably would we need to speak about. Like, did the changes come on and impact the game? That's how I see it, because some of those things were, like I said, injury based and time constraint based.
I agree with Anna Munnings. It's just that a lot of commenters have been saying some of these things. So, as somebody who was there, and it's the reason I asked you the question,
Okay. Yeah.
that and give from a perspective of somebody who is there. The fans them kind of fickle, and some of them are wagonists, like all unseen. That's why me and Cranky and Man is up on the top shelf, and and unseen the next virgin up on the lower shelf.
T got. Oh.
You put up on the low shelf. You put up on the low shelf.
No, I used to.
Low shelf like support with next.
See me and Cranky and Man is up on the top shelf. So I don't know. I stream me and do it.
Yeah, I believe that you put up for the lower shelf. Why? No.
Yeah.
I think it's a StreamYard algorithm that did that, actually. So it's not.
No, Demo, do not use butter.
Okay, I hear you answer. I'm just seeing that talk about that now.
Just all right, but before I get to you, welcome Cranky T got, and since I must introduce him as Madman. So Madman, welcome to the show. What say you, Unseen?
That's what I'm saying. Me a madman, man. Me and my friend Kavi Meeks a madman. Kavi Meeks, I'm talking.
Okay.
Yeah,
so what were you saying?
We disagree with some points. So Brain Gen, I said one of Unseen Sports will be critical, like how him big earlier in the Gold Cup, doing videos and stuff. So the first thing, I start with the positive in the man. Only thing is that I don't want to say it away where it sound away to other people, but your inclusion with Simon Preston was like it bring back the football to the fans. Like, I don't know, maybe because we used to, you're going to come back and talk to us based on experience and stuff in the Gold Cup. You know, Simon did his part in terms of getting out content from Austria, content and stuff, and we feel like we're a part of the JF of the football. Like, you know, the fans were there with them and stuff like that. So that was a great part of the thing from you guys, Manningsman and Simon. You understand me? So big up for that. Now, one of the problem I have was player selection was one of my problems.
So the only positive you saw was that.
No, I talk about you and in terms of what name.
So that was the only positive you saw?
No, not the only positive. More positive is there now, but I just want to go for a negative now. Say what I'm giving you positive, you know.
All right, no man, go ahead and do what you want to do. That's up to you.
Give you more positive, you know.
No man, it's up to you. Don't let me lead you down a path that you don't want to
in terms of the coach and the team structure, you find structure and more professionalism. The isms and schisms, you understand me? You could see that the local based players and the overseas players, they were, you know, bonding, you know.
Local based players? What are you talking about?
The players, all right. So the English players and the local born players, the born players who born in Jamaica.
Okay.
Yeah, fix it. So you could see that, you know, they was, you know, they're trying to build that bond and stuff like that. Pretty much that. Now to the negative part, one player selection to me was a problem. Maintaining, you know.
All right. How many players you had a problem with that were selected for the team? How many players? Without calling names. No man. Without calling names, give me the number of players out of the 23 that should not have been selected. In your opinion. Because I don't want to call names. One. Then selection is not a problem then, man.
One. But it costs us. That one costs us.
No, but if you have 1 out of 100, that's 99%. That's good enough unseen. That's not a negative.
Yeah, but that one apple spoil the whole bunch, you know.
So who should have been in the team instead of that one player?
Unseen.
Eh?
Unseen.
Say that again.
I'm saying you would have picked Cephas for Corber.
Right. So
we know that man coming.
CD predicted what I'm saying. Yeah.
So do you know that Corber scored and had 2 assists? In the least amount of minutes as a forward, just statistically, Corey Burke had the least amount of time, had 1 goal and 2 assists.
Plus Mannings. Sorry.
Whenever the statistics and in assisted, but
Mannings.
I'm gonna check that.
Mannings. The man said the selection cost us, and the game that we lost, that we lost, the player in question didn't play in that game.
He was on a yellow card suspension. Yes, so he wasn't there.
Yeah, so in a cost I'm going to take your look at.
So you move from not being in the yellow card. Oh God.
But CD.
Clear favoritism you are going with Anthony. Anthony has clear sense. Clear favoritism. Favoritism you are going. You're not.
No, me are working in the
gimmick. No, you're not. You're being biased, Anthony. You're being biased.
Hold on, Tigat, because you can't face me, you know, because you come with their full plan, you know, on JD channel and Jamaica lose with their full plan. Right. Anyway, man. The statistics of Corbett is poor for Jamaica. He has given a lot of time to World Cup qualification.
You know that Corbett has scored in every World Cup competition he has played in.
9 goals in 31 games, or maybe 10 goals now in 31 games.
But you know that every time he goes to the Gold Cup, he scores for Jamaica.
But man, me ask a question first, you know, what you answer?
What is the question?
I think it's about 10 goals now in 31 games. That's a goal every 3 games. So if you're depending on a man like that in a tournament like Gold Cup, that's what? Would I drop out of the competition?
No, but the statistics is that he scores in every Gold Cup competition.
Yeah, unseen.
Yeah, but that don't make you win the competition. 1 goal every 3 games.
All right, so who is more prolific than him?
Huh?
who is more prolific than him that you say?
Remember, most of the players, them just start the other day playing for Jamaica. So,
so let's look how many Gold Cup. This is how many Gold Cups for Bailey.
I think it's what? The second one?
All right.
Yeah.
What is the goal scoring stats compared to Corber? And time. Because you have to also check minutes, Because remember, Corber is not normally a starter. And still manages to score. I
never check the goal scoring of Bailey.
The other question is
Anthony, there is a different management, Management of facts and him hope they know,
but him ask the question and I tell him I don't know the answer.
That's come good, Anthony have got really come good.
But Anthony, you know that while I'm not saying that Cephas should not be in the team. I am saying that to say Cephas over Burke, you have to prove by stats that Burke is the man that should not be in the team.
But man is man. There's another thing you have to look for in the stats sometime, right? Because if you have the stats alone, you look on Whisper within the team.
So what are you looking at then? So I'm asking you. All right. So here's what I'm asking you. What do you use to determine who should be in your team or not?
I'm just looking at the opportunity that he has given over the years, and him really based on what I've seen, him really perform up to the level as a centre forward. What makes sense. Play with the team.
So centre forward. So if Cephas was there, let's use your logic. Let's work with you. Cephas was there. Where would he play?
Him play forward too, and him can
center
play wing.
Forward. No. Here's what I'm asking.
Because he's playing centre forward for his club right now.
No man. Here's what I'm asking you. You just said that Corey Burke plays centre forward,
right?
And his stats are poor. And Cephas is the person. So you're saying that you believe Cephas would have been a better centre forward.
Right, and winger as well. Yeah.
No. We're not going to winger. Centre forward.
Centre forward.
Would he be a better centre? You have seen enough of Cephas as a centre forward.
Right. Based on his performance in his club.
No. You know that. I have not seen. Cephas is a very good winger. And he deserves his chance. I have not seen Cephas played centre forward for Arnett Gardens.
No, I'm talking about FC Scoopy.
All right, so how many games have he played as a centre forward?
So far, I played about 6 games as centre forward.
As a centre forward. So 6 games. Yeah, 6 games as a centre forward, and you believe that you would put him in as a centre forward in a Gold Cup team.
But him not to play. But man is man. You can go in as a centre forward. Look how much time people go in as a midfield and then play a different position.
But I think you're missing the point I am making though. But
because they are subject him to just play a centre forward alone in the national team.
Because you're looking at that centre forward, you're taking out Corey Burke, centre forward.
It don't really matter.
Yeah, no, it matters.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to turn it around then. But I carry an extra winger and take out Corey Burke out of the team. Put it that way.
Okay, so you have, watch this now. You have Bobby Reed, Leon Bailey, Demarai Gray, Kaheem Paris, and Dujon Whisper Richards. 5 wingers, right? And you'd still you'd add an next winger to make it 6.
Right.
So you know that 2 of those probably would not get any game because you only play 2 wingers at a time.
Right, but one with that player one center forward.
Remember, if you look at it, we already saying that Whisper should have gotten more game.
So he must say basically he must put a player in for play him out of position in the morning.
Right, that me I do.
But that don't make no sense because we always complain say we don't want to play out of see
but the competition play out of position.
Well, I know unseen you talk about Joel playing the central defender and him a centre back. So why you want to add a next player to your team?
What me say? Tell me now. What me say?
Look, I cannot hear well, man.
What me say about Joel? Me never talking about Joel.
You say man is not a central defensive midfielder. Man is a
when me say that?
Centre back.
When me say that?
Right.
Man.
So there's no wrong man. I only
you ever hear me talk about Joel? Me never talk about the midfielder
You know, say yourself a good name. You name madman.
Yeah, easy, you know. CB, tell me when me talk about Joel Latibody.
All right, let me hear from T-Got on the scene, and then we'll come back to you. T-Got, yeah, give us your take on things.
Bless up, everybody. Bless up, management. Welcome back, Cranky. Welcome, coaches. Desk. Big up yourself, unseen. Big up yourself. All right. My take on the Gold Cup. I think it was an 80% success for the Jamaican team. Disappointed that we lost out to in the semi-final against Mexico, but in a way, I'm happy. In a way, I'm sad. All right, let me talk about the way I'm sad. If we had won the Gold Cup, it would have bring out more fans and football enthusiasts would go up for the Jamaican team. But happy in a way that so we can see the floor that more players can come in and we can look at more players for different positions. You understand? Because I definitely see some more players coming in. You understand? We need a ball handler. You understand? Like what we used to have a German, a Whitmore, a Dada, those players to carry the ball. I think the team missed Ravel Morrison, especially in the Mexico game. I think they missed Ravel Morrison a lot. And definitely it was good. It's a Gold Cup where the youngest player scored is from Jamaica. It's a Gold Cup where we scored the most goals ever. You understand? And we really dominate. We could have won. We've won a lot of games. So I'm really satisfied with the progression of the team. Team just come up. We were hoping that they gel quick and fast. Never work. Because football don't play overnight. You understand? Football doesn't play overnight. Some of the team have their players from under 20s and stuff like that. These players are way up in age. You understand? And they're just coming together. But overall, it was an 80% success for me, and I wish them well, and I hope they can go on to the Nation League and improve, so we can get to the big stage of the World Cup again. That's just my take. Good job by management also and Simon. You understand? Yeah.
Yeah, man. All right. Well said, T-Got. Cranky, what say you on this matter? I know you
There's a lot to be said. I probably need a whole afternoon to talk about all the things that transpired and my perspective. So let's start from the inception of the whole process about squad selection. I didn't have a problem with the squad selection. Maybe someone like Ravel, regardless of his fitness, that could be in the squad because our midfield was challenged. And throughout the tournament, that became a talking point and was definitely a challenge for us. And we didn't have the inventiveness and the creativity in the midfield to really break down defenses when we needed to. And when we see Ravel play, even though I didn't really push hard for Ravel to be in the team like I normally did, when we see Ravel play, even though sometimes he may not have the best game, he wants the ball. And our midfield didn't want the ball a lot of times, right? Or didn't always want the ball. And that's important when you're playing at a certain level. So if we take it holistically about all different elements to it, I think, as I've said numerous times, whether on the live streams or doing some of these discussions I've had with parties, I do think the camaraderie in the camp and the culture change seems to now be resonating, seems to now be in place. And you articulate as management around how well the players got along, which is an essential component of having a team and a team success, especially when you have quality players all competing for places. But I do think going forward, we need some of those places to be challenged because unless you get pushed, you get complacent, right? So that's important. And I think the whole media construct worked really well. The only contention I had with Simon was, in today's environment, I don't think traditional media should get any preference because frankly, as far as I'm concerned, they don't deserve it. I think the allocation of who speak when and where should be distributed based on some criteria, not based on who is in traditional media. And I think Simon did it in one of the process in one of the press conferences, which I don't think was appropriate, frankly. But I think overall, the professionalism and the press conferences worked really, really well. And you can see the organization was there.
Okay.
I can't talk about what. Go ahead. Yeah.
But it was done in the CONCACAF press conferences, you know. So the preference were given to the persons on the ground, and then they
I don't think
throw
when
out
Simon was doing it
questions
about was a
online.
ground coach. When
Huh?
Simon did it, I think it was a ground thing when Simon did it. I don't think it was a ground versus who was remote or who was virtual when Simon did it. I can be
Yeah,
corrected,
but
but I don't think that was the case.
I'm just looking at the similarity of even though persons were there, questions could have been thrown out directly from any means, and they selected the persons who were there first. I'm just wondering if
No. That's how they normally do press conferences, frankly. In fact, a lot of times they don't have remote press conferences. Probably since COVID, you see some of that. Normally it's people in the room, whether it's in the political arena or in sports arenas. But I think he should, in that specific instance I was calling out, and I had a discussion with someone else around that, he did call upon traditional media first. So I can be stand corrected, but
I think it was in Austria. Did he say TV, radio, print, and then social
Yes.
media? Like was it like the order that he did it in?
Yes.
Or did it? I think it was more like the order. Like, okay, let's do it. Which you're saying is
He selected the traditional broadcast media personnel first.
yeah, he
Then
did.
online people.
Yeah, I don't
Because
want to overshadow the whole. Yeah, go ahead, coach.
previously, everybody were given the opportunity to ask questions, but after that, subsequent to that, then we are having
I don't know
the
because
he select.
I didn't listen to all the persons and all the press conferences, but could it be that because it sounds like he never started out that way, Cranky? So if he never started
No,
out
he
that
didn't.
way,
He didn't.
could something have triggered that door?
I would
Like-
assume somebody may have complained that traditional media get it because I think in one of them was mainly YouTubers who asked question
and
versus
the
traditional
question,
media.
and I don't know what the question. Like I said, I didn't hear all the questions, all the responses. But did you find it leading up to that particular one that you mentioned? Were the questions you felt or thought like on point and on ball, that if it had continued the way it was before he suggested the order of things, it would have been good? Or maybe he had to change that just to kind of get more balance to the questions?
Yeah, look, I think YouTubers also have to take responsibility for how they phrase their questions, right? Sometimes people want to use the concept of beat people. I want to be direct and they want to get pat on the back for beating people. And they don't understand in a professional environment that doesn't resonate really well. You can ask difficult questions, but you have to position the question in a way where it's professional, it can be accepted and digested, and you're not putting people on the spot because you want to feel good about yourself and so you made changes because of your question. And people sometimes don't get that because they love their audience who pat them on the back about how they beat people and they were great. And that doesn't work in a normal environment. I hate to tell people that, but it doesn't work. Whether corporate environment, political environment, other environment, it doesn't work. You can ask difficult questions. If you watch British channel how they interview politicians, and not at the US, they ask difficult questions, but there is a level of respect associated with that. But I won't belabor that. So I'm just going through the elements of this. As it relates to coaching, I don't know what happens behind the scene. I wasn't impressed with the game management. So as I said, I had no problem with the team, the squad selection, apart from maybe we should consider, did we have enough midfielders? But that's important. And it came through, I think, to beat us. We didn't play DJ enough, I don't think. But we know we're trying to get balance between defense and offense. But there were a number of games, I wouldn't say a number of games, there were some games played, especially the US game, where I thought the coach missed what he should have been doing in that game, especially late in the game. And I talked about this numerous times, which is in most instances, and I watch a lot of games, when you reach the 88th minute and you're leading, you're trying to protect your lead. And he substituted forwards for forwards. I don't care how much those forwards can press and don't press. First thing you show up is your defense and your center midfield, and then you show up everything else. And I thought his changes were not on point in that game. And also in other games, the last game...
Cranky, I can add to that point that you made just now. It could also be a situation where players are unfit, much rusty. So when it reaches the dying moments of the game, they tend to lose concentration. And hence the coach should have put on persons to basically shore up the center or the defensive aspect of things.
Yeah, if you watch any professional game at the highest level, I'll give you an example. In Donald Arteta's game management, he put on holding when we're leading in the 84th minute, right? Holding's not the best player. He's just clogging up the middle. Because you got to score through the middle. You can't score from wide out most times. So you're trying to protect your lead. I didn't think he protected the lead really well because he made life-for-life changes.
But let me just say this, right? So the USA goal was made. It came from a ball that came over. I think it was Dexter. The ball came off Dexter. There was like the ball just hit on Dexter's. It was a ricocheted goal.
Because
up to that point, the defense had held up. But remember, it was a defensive substitution because I think Javian Brown actually started, and Dexter came on for him. So again, he
put on Nicholson, he put on Burke in that game.
Normally
you substitute a defender for a forward, not a forward for a forward. That's how you normally do. You substitute a forward for a defender for a forward, not a forward for a forward. So
you can do that, though, Cranky. You can do that too, But depending on the situation that the game is in. Because I've watched games where they substitute forward for forward.
I'm telling you, most times you're showing up your defense, you're not showing up your offense. Because if in 80-something minutes you're leading 1-0, you just want the game to go over with. And if you may hit them on the counter, if they're really lax and like how we got hit on the counter in the Mexico game, when we trust like 8 men forward and 2 players collided, right? Similar concept. So if we go through the rest of, and in the game where we lost against Mexico, I thought Bobby Reed. I gave Leon a 2 and Bobby Reed a 3 in that game, and people beat me, but I don't care because my opinion, and I'm gonna give my opinion. I'm looking for a pat on the back. I thought they were poor. Both of them were poor, and I thought they should have been substituted way before, and they didn't get substituted. Yes, you want to go, but if they're not I thought Whisper should have come in early in the game. I was a big Whisper proponent throughout the whole tournament.
Yeah,
because I see something which I'm not seeing from other players. Driving defensively. Wait, management. Defensively, he's not aware. We all agree with that. So people need to call him back to come help your defender. But you know what? Leon don't run back either. And Bobby Reed defends, but Bobby Reed don't give me an taking attack. So I have to make choices. Go ahead. Do you want to say something, management? Go ahead.
All right. I see Unseen have his hand up. I'm going to talk about. We can go back to the sequence of the goal, but I understand you. But let me just say it. Flavor Max Stevenson. I asked for Whisper over Burke long before the tournament, and management wasn't having it. What? First thing, Whisper was in the squad and Burke was in the squad. So I don't understand. Both players were in the team. Both players were in both players were in the team. So I don't understand All right. So let me just say that. So what I'll say though, remember what happened in that goal, that didn't Leon go down, right? The referee didn't stop the play. There was a throw. They had a quick restart. Welcome to I Am Sure Sports.
How you doing?
Yes, this is I Am Sure Sports. You're live on here.
Okay. All right, yeah, man, no problem. I just want to adjust, but just throw some thought to the conversation where Cranky mentioned certain things.
Yeah, what do we call you, man? You have to tell us what we call you, man. Is this unseen?
Make a name shake, man. Make a name shake.
Eh?
Make a name shake.
Mega name shake?
No. It's both of us are name shake.
Sorry.
And we have other things in common. Arsenal, you understand?
Name shake. Okay.
Extend it. Oh.
No, man. I mean, my name's man.
All right, there go on, man. Yeah. All right. Santi, how you were looking at the changes in the latter part of the game? Nothing is wrong with that now in terms of bringing in a defensive player to block the midfield and all that. But sometimes you can be different, you understand? Sometimes when you block the defense, you understand? The teams now can come at you because you don't have nobody up top to probably hold the ball or anything like that. So you can look at it both ways. So I just say you have to assess the game, right? And see how you can make the change. So it's not always you take out an attacker to bring in a defensive player. It doesn't have to go like that. So you're normally saying that's how the professionals do it. They do it this way, So, but sometimes you can be different, you understand? And then the coach is close to the situation, so you may understand better to say, all right, he may want to do things differently from other coaches and say, all right, listen, we're going to come under a lot of pressure, or it can come in the box, anything can happen, so here we are. Just keep them at bay by having a danger man up front, so they may be wary of attacking us. You understand? So they're going to leave a little behind just in case. And we may have a point man up front who can toss the ball to or something like that instead of always making a defensive change for a forward or something like that. But it's two ways you can look at it. Not always a defensive player coming in for an attacker. You understand what I'm saying?
No, I understand 100%. So if I give you an analogy, it's because I believe in that concept. And I don't believe Corey Burke can hold the ball up. So it's a great point you're making, which is, look, if I bring an offensive player as a threat, they may have to come in two defenders to that offensive player, or that player can help me relieve the pressure. That's not Corey Burke. Corey Burke may press you. Corey Burke doesn't hold the ball up well. He doesn't beat a man. That's not Corey Burke. So if you're going to make that kind of change, you could have made a change with Whisper, for example, and be a better change, even though you play defense. You know why? Because when he gets the ball, he's going to go by a player, or he's going to make a good pass. That's not Corey Burke's game. His game is a kick and run game. So I don't disagree with the concept, which is I can attack you, and my attack can be a defense.
But maybe Cranky, but maybe based on what the caller is saying, maybe Corey Burke also would also offer more in terms of a defensive press and preventing the opponent from playing out the ball. Because I think what Lukman is saying is that the caller is saying is that here's how it works. If you bring on defenders, you also are absorbing pressure.
Right.
And like he's saying that what you may want to do is have players who can run and press them up top, right? Press them up top and still be an outlet when you have the ball, which gives your defense time to rest because they're coming under immense pressure. I think that is what I don't know if I'm helping to explain what you're saying.
No. Man, there is no one way to skin a cat, right? So that your idea and the caller's idea, I think you're both management or Omar. I'm sure what both of your names are. That concept is not foreign per se. My philosophy, though, is if I'm protecting a one love lead, I'm not putting on a forward, and that forward has some exceptional capabilities and differentiating capabilities that's going to allow me to relieve that pressure. And the US was dominating the ball, so you weren't touching the ball anyway. And when you're pressing, it was passing around the press. It wasn't affecting them. So if I can't get close to the ball, I got to defend the middle of the park. We weren't getting close to the ball. They were dominating possession. Go ahead.
You also have the old proverb that says the best form of defense is attack. You understand? You know your country.
That's why it's an old saying. It should stay old.
Right. You understand? So it all depends on the coach's mindset and how the coach probably wants to operate. You understand? Because we don't like the defensive thing in a certain latter part of the game because you mentioned Arsenal and bringing on Ole, Arsenal and mighty. And me not like me fret when they set off attacking players and bring in defensive players because when you do right there, a whole pressure will come onto the team. So your defense ball can drop at the back. You probably even clear it and lick on a player and go to the goal. Someone who like it's ultra defensive. But I get your point, which is not wrong. But it also depends on the coach's mindset as how he perceives his team and the ability he has in the team. But nothing wrong with your concept or nothing wrong with...
So here is where your argument makes sense, actually, about offense being your best defense. If you're a Man City, if you're an Arsenal, if you imagine we're a possession-based team and you rest on offense versus rest on defense, that works brilliantly, right? Because the other team can't get the ball. So that's both your defense and your offense. To me, when you can't touch the ball, you got to find a way to protect the ball from your goal. That's the way I view it, so... But I was just making a point in terms of my view about some of the things I saw in the tournament, like in the last game against Mexico. How effective was Leon and Bobby Reed to be on the field? Nobody could be worse than how they were playing, as far as I'm concerned.
Who do you replace them with?
Well, he brought on Whisper, and he should have come on earlier.
And then who for the other one?
We just play with 10. I just thought they were so poor. I'm being facetious, obviously. I'm being facetious, guys. Maybe. I'm being facetious. Don't take it personal. I probably brought in a DJ. Don't get. I probably brought in a DJ. They were that bad.
DJ came on.
But I'm saying DJ and Whisper came on later, man. We needed more offensive impetus and thrust much earlier. The changes were like Wenger changes. I'm waiting till the 70+ minute to make a change. When Bailey and Reed were giving us nothing in that game. Nothing.
Okay.
Let me ask a question. In terms of Jonathan Russell, when he plays, you could see something from him. Why was he limited in terms of time on the pitch.
No, like those. I mean, you know that like that is like a question for the coach.
Hey, yes, your Manning's put that. Manning's have responses for everything.
Sure.
Good punt, Manning's good punt. Good punt.
Man's man, we can't something.
I'm not the coach. I coach me. So I know that. Why was he doing this? What kind of coach me? Where you going?
So can I give my view? Can I give my view on that? I think he was he was slow. He was slow. He was very slow.
Question here, man. Come to know where
Frankie.
you're going.
Frankie.
Yes.
Hey, I'm not the question, man. You there at the training ground. You see what happened in training. It is not a coach's question. You could say you don't know.
Manning's man, I suggest you don't answer that question. Because I know you know the answer. You must know the answer because you were there.
Of course you know the answer.
I'm going to say what Rob Sibbett said. Don't ask me that.
Frankie.
Yes,
Frankie. With the Whisper situation, you know, you have to remember that coaches Dex, you know, says that Whisper really come in the tournament to, you know, play like a 10 or 8 minutes and stuff like that. Really
and by the way, unseen, when you get 10 or 8 minutes unseen, unlike a Paris, you got like a whole half, and you do something, you see something that player, you can play more. So I'm saying unseen, the initial objective maybe to give the
unseen the coach is this man Cranky, but me a Carrick himself, Coach Al Grimson, not me.
Al Grimson said that, right?
No, me hear it from you guys. We never hear it from Al Grimson.
No, it's how Grimson said it actually. He said it was to bring him for experience. When he was being challenged about why you bring Whisper versus someone from the JPL, for example, I think that's something he basically inferred or indicated, which is more of an experience for the player and giving the player has shown certain potential. It was an experience, but he gave him minutes. But the fact of this unseen is this. You gave the player minutes and the player showed you can do something.
No,
you gave other player minutes. You give other player minutes and they showed you nothing.
Yeah.
Nicholson, Paris, some of those players didn't produce in the tournament. Doesn't mean they're not good players, they didn't produce.
Yes. Yes.
Go ahead,
my analysis of Whisper, right, in the tournament, when he came on, I can't say I didn't get to assess him properly because the time he got, right, was the result was foregone already. Either we are losing or we are winning. You understand? So when he come on in the game, the first game, not the first game, the one we were leading, just come on and just doing things for the 8 minutes or so. So we never ever lose the game. You understand? So never under pressure, so to speak. The next game when we were losing, Mexico come on. At that time, it's not that it's about any shape and you have to be responsible or anything like that. Just come on and just play and just find a goal. All means necessary. You understand? So I think we played another game where we get a lot more minutes where you probably have to turn about the ball a little bit more when we get a lot more minutes. So I want to see him in a game now. It's all right. Your responsibility is to do this, keep the shape of the team, this and that and all of them things there. So if they couldn't come on, either we are losing and I try to chase the game or we are in a winning position. So you can't get to assess him really to see how he manages his game. You understand? So that is my assessment. So I can't really make a fair assessment of him really. The only side is the glimpses him really can do it at the big stage, but in terms of managing his game and when he get tired, putting himself in a position or when to rest and all of them things there. In terms of keeping the chemistry of the team, keeping the shape and all of that. We can't get to assess that part yet. You understand what I'm saying?
All right, Colin. Yes. Very good point, sir. Thank you for calling in as usual.
Yeah, man. Big up our
we know already, man.
Your name now is Manning's man, no longer Omar. You're Manning's man the second. You're Manning's man the second.
All right, bless up.
Hey, I'm already a gentleman.
What? Coach
good coach.
Give us a little bit, before you go, just tell us what happened with Alfred and Shakari Richardson.
Oh, I mean, a fresh Julian Alfred put the whip on Shakari Richardson, 1089 to 1097. But of course, Julian Alfred would have been the fresh athlete.
So let me just say this actually. Let me just say this because I follow track and field also. Yeah, I guys, stop making excuses when people get beaten. Stop making excuses. They get beaten, they get beaten. No, it's not coach's desk. It's not coach's desk. It's just I hear people say Shaqiri beats Jackson, and I hear so many excuses. it gets nauseating.
Yeah,
This is the second time she run her down. It's not the first
Cranky,
time. Yeah.
Cranky, you know why people give excuses? Because Stephen Francis said these competition on the circuit don't really mean nothing to him athlete them.
Yeah.
Today you will win, tomorrow you will lose. And you wonder what going on because he doesn't prepare his athletes to run on the circuit. He prepares them for the global competitions.
Okay.
So him believes as an athlete, the ultimate is to get a medal on the global scene. So run all you want, beat them all you want. When it comes to the global competition, make sure you beat them there.
So which one is more beneficial for the athlete, coaches?
No must a global title, man.
Winning Diamond League.
Especially if you sign. Huh?
Okay.
Remember, you get money for your appearance, you know.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So it's not excuse, Cranky. I more think people than a beat me if me say it the other way. Like man like a brain drain. But me basically I find an excuse for Shakir, but it's not really an excuse. It's just a reality of the sport. Julian was fresher than Shakir. And you can't expect Shakir if you run 10-7 every run she run. That is not going to happen. So,
all right, so tonight you have a track and field show tonight, as usual, Tuesday night.
Yeah, but I know in the night, I have it earlier.
Okay.
Something.
All right, so that's a track and field. Bless up, Coach Minzy. Thanks. I'll go triple treat this weekend.
Hopefully. Yeah, you have to talk, Mannings.
Yeah, man. We're going to be around this weekend coming up. Going to be around next week, you know.
Okay.
So you going to a manager seminar? You going to a manager seminar or something?
That is a good look. Hey, may I exit the show, you know, and unseen the madman still now go up on the top shelf.
What I'm saying?
He says he still will not be promoted to the top shelf when he leaves top shelf.
All right.
Man is man set it up someone.
No, man. You still not up there for real, you know. Why does this deserve it?
Someone is going to ask about Blake.
You want we can be having a football show because Coach Minzy going. What are you talking about? A track and field show.
Right.
And he's only asking about competitors who are going to the World Championship, not those who are going to be watching.
Okay. Of the new players that we saw, who are some of the players that you were impressed with? Like Bernard, Gray is the first time you've seen like Dexter playing multiple games. Jamali Wade kept Kanaya, got a few minutes as well. Now, what are your thoughts on some of those players? What are your thoughts on Bernard, Dexter?
Who you asking the question?
Everyone can take a stab at it.
So if we go through them individually for new players,
all right, Frank, let me go with T-God because he opened up his mind.
Okay.
T-God.
Okay.
Watch the background noise. Go ahead.
Give me a second.
Okay, all right. T-God not ready yet.
T, I must be a delayed program. We have. I must be delayed program. I think we have.
Look like him a cook, man. Look like T-God a cook.
Hey, big up Mr. Porter as well in the building. Go ahead, Unseen. What are your thoughts on Bernard, Dexter, who you'd have seen, Jamali Wade kept? It was a clean sheet, basically.
Yeah, man. I think Bernard, Bernard can do him thing. Just the last game, him kind of lose confidence, I think. Giving away the ball a little too much in that game against Mexico. But hey, it's Mexico and his first time playing against them and playing for the Jamaica team. So him get a little excuse. Him get a little excuse right there. Lembi Kisa did well. I think him should start the game versus Mexico. I don't know what the coach was thinking there. Really poor for me in that department. Russell, I think Russell should have get more time. I don't understand that neither with Russell on the bench. You understand that. Wilsonere was new again.
Great.
Did well.
Latibody here, yeah?
Yeah,
Great.
did well. Had a big pitch up a pass to the NBA for that goal against Trinidad. Yeah. Gray, wonderful performance from Gray in the tournament. Making that Gold Cup team. Wonderful performance right here.
All right. T got your time. New players.
New players. For me, Deshaun Bernard was really an eye opener for me. I haven't heard about that player and seeing him coming in for the first time, really looked impressive throughout the tournament. He looked so impressive that even Mariappa couldn't start. You understand? But he was really good. He was really good, and I was really impressed by Bernard. You know, see that the back four is really strong, and so Amari Bell really stood up. But Lushin Bernard for me was really an eye opener. Yeah, so yeah, him was the eye opener for me, Bernard.
Okay. What you make of Latibo there?
That's about there. I think he was he wasn't like um to me. I don't I don't think that position in midfield was for him. You understand? I don't think that position in midfield was for him. He looked much better when he was playing centre back. I think one time he was playing centre back
Played
when
left back.
left back, right, left back, not centre back, left back. Yes, I think he was better left back than in midfield. You understand? That's to me, but he wasn't that all that impressive to me. It was just like average. Like Bernard really stood up. Bernard really, really, really stood up. Begs to differ when Ethan Pinnock comes in the side, how that back four is going to look, who is going to get benched. You understand? And I can't see that bench in Bernard because he didn't make no mistake at all. He did, and he made some good tackles, some good stats and stuff like that. So gonna see who is gonna be on that bench when Ethan Pinnock do comes back. So yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
So it's
Frankie.
interesting that Tigat has also become a politician. Cataract is a politician. It's amazing how people who are known for being forceful in their perspective and have no ambiguity in what they say, all of a sudden their perspective and position change over time. Maybe it's a sense of maturity. So I should accept that. Because I hear him say Bernard has to start, and we know Pinnock has to start, and yet him saying no, who has to start. So anyway, let me get my perspective because I don't know how that
I never
works.
said Pinnock has to start. I said who is gonna
No,
start?
I'm telling you Pinnock has to start. Pinnock
Oh,
is the
you're
first name
saying
on the
that.
team
No,
sheet
you're
in the
saying that.
defense.
No,
But you and I know that.
Okay,
You and I know that,
saying,
Tiga. You
okay.
can't take one of the best defenders in the Premier League and put him on the bench for Jamaica. That's not happening.
Why not?
And by the way, he plays well when he plays for us. No, it doesn't happen. Because he's
Okay.
better than the two defenders you have in the center of the park. But anyway, I'll go to my... but it's good to transition to a political perspective. Tigat, I love your maturity and your evolution. Let me just say this, actually, which is this. Every player who came in, I thought did well. Now, there's degrees of doing well. Every player. So think about it, whether it's... First of all, Wade is not new, but I thought Wade played well, whether it was in Austria or played well when he got an opportunity. I don't think the kid got enough chance in goal to show us what we saw him for the under 20, and we know he's a good keeper, especially good with his feet.
Oh, Kanaya. Right? Yeah, man.
Kanaya.
Listen, just in training, I will just say this: like how he deals with the ball, it looked like he could play outfield. He's very, very good. Yeah, with his feet.
It reminds me of Nano actually, which is our Spence that play for the women's team, who play for Tottenham. They're certain goalkeepers who look like they're footballers, not just goalkeepers. So if we go into the defense, and Lambakisi is not new, but I would have played Lambakisi more than I played Jabane Brown, frankly. I just think he's just overall more athletic and more aware defensively. I thought both right backs had some challenges throughout the tournament, but I thought Lambakisi did well. Bernard was a little bit aggressive, I'm going to use euphemism, when he was in Austria and probably in his first game in the tournament. But I thought he got better as the tournament progresses. So I thought he also did well. We know what Amari Bell does. We know what Lowe does, so they're not new. I thought Latibodir, even though Tigat is saying he was average, I thought he started running when he got off the plane and hasn't stopped running yet. So I don't think he has the incisiveness and the skill and the creativity in the midfield. But I thought the energy level was up there and was exhibited throughout the entire tournament. Right? So I thought he's not a midfielder by design or by his history or he normally plays, but I thought he ran for the whole game. Obviously, his passing needs to improve. And that's where we struggled in the tournament because there was no passing between the midfield to the forwards behind them, except for sometimes balls over the top by the defenders and midfielders. And we have to get a point where we can split the defense with our midfielders, or the midfielders can drive by. Our midfielders drove by nobody throughout the entire tournament. When you see a midfielder pick up the ball and go by a person, create mismatch, and put our forwards through and goal. And that we need to get, and it's hard in today's football because that's why midfielders go for 100 million pounds nowadays. They get less and less. Whisper, I thought, did himself really proud. And even though his minutes, he got minutes in Austria, and I thought he played well, especially when he gave people like, when he gave Nicholson that tap in and he didn't put it away. Yeah, tap in and he put it away. But I thought Whisper did himself really, really proud. And I've said this before, even before we got to hear that, I think Whisper is part of the future of Jamaica's football because I can see the innate ability and the skill set. He's unaware defensively, and he has to realize in today's football, you got to play both ways. You can't play one way. But I think the kid has raw talent that when he gets nurtured and get nurtured at Chelsea, will show he's a differentiating talent because you can't teach certain things in football. Certain skill set, certain ability to shoot, you can't teach it. I think you're getting a call, Mannings, man, so I'll delay until...
No, man, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I thought Gray made a team at the tournament. That probably says it all, right? Your first time in this region, and you hear me beat our forwards about this, which is if you play the Premier League and you start for your team, when you come to CONCACAF, like the American players do, you should dominate. I don't want to hear any excuses. You should dominate. Pulisic dominate. Musa dominate. I'm sure Balogun will. I see him play. Reina more than dominate when I see him and he's less than 20 years old. So does Des. So does Robinson. We should be dominating. They should be dominating. So my front four didn't dominate, except for Gray, who played really, really well, actually. I thought Gray looked better than I see him for Everton, actually, because here he probably get more respect, frankly. And he can probably get, because he get less time, great playing time at Everton. I'm sure he's going to move to probably Crystal Palace this year. But Gray was really, really good. And Gray was the only player in our team, the only player who didn't seem ruffled by pressure.
Yeah.
Everybody else seems ruffled by pressure. He wasn't ruffled by pressure. In fact, when he was surrounded by four players, he was still comfortable.
No, we have a caller online, so let's hold on. But when we come back, I want to get some thoughts on Kevin Lambert, who many people were saying that he should not have been in the squad when it was named. And I thought for the most part, he played some very good games. So we have Tiny online. Welcome to the show. You got a walloping yesterday. I hope this is the great comeback.
Pick up yourself, man.
Yeah, man.
Bless up.
Get away, no unseen, man.
Unseen. Can't hear him good.
Unseen. He said unseen. The man is saying a long time a day here and you can't get a word. So call in, so he might invite you to get a word.
Easy. Yeah. Repeat that.
Mr. T, yeah, me I say, boy, me there watch you suffering for your word and Stan, they would even give you a chance. Stan, give man at that.
Stan and Keteraka is the same thing, you know. They want to stop.
Let me say, guys, let me defend myself for 1 second. 1 second. When I first came on, I shut up for the most part. I only respond. My man asked me a question, I respond to him. That's all I said.
Yeah,
go ahead. They must suppress your career. They must stifle your career and see.
Gunners, boss.
That suggests that he has one. Anyway, keep going.
Go ahead, Gunners, boss. What say you?
When you have Stan Cranky and Keteraka, you know, them things you go through.
Yeah.
Stan, we could talk like a business in our sport before we get down in the sport inside that. I noticed the Saudi Wealth Fund have over $160 billion washing in sports across the world. Where we are to forget some of that money. We can, you're a big man in there. You can't touch the thing over Saudi Arabia over Kuwait with Qatar and make we get the client money to build up the football in Jamaica. You see them a give it. You know, see them a give it over MLS. Them a give it. Hold on, man. Them a give it over Live. Them a give it over Live Golf. PGA have to join with Live to get some of the Saudi Wealth Fund money, brother. Them a look players to watch it. We get some, I understand.
I think that question should be posed to Manning's man. We played Qatar. The question is, when we get in those environments, do we build relationship with those countries and organizations to allow that association affiliation to occur to then source some of those funding? That's all I'll say about that. So we played Qatar. I'm sure they paid for everything. Did we build any relationship? Did we create any opportunities and situation when we engaged with them when we went to Austria? That's a JFF question, not a cranky question. But it's a good question. But no, actually, I've said this before, management, way back when, right? That we have some countries that has limited resources financially, and they're spreading that resource around. What are we doing to engage them, to leverage them? We have to give them something. What can we provide them, and what can we get in return? It's a very good question. It's not a bad question. It's a good question.
Yeah, man. So that is a great comeback because I'm trying to get some money into this thing so we can grow the football locally, so we can have multitude to pick from, local and abroad. Yesterday, some people come over here and said they are beating me, and some other people said them no want to beat me. Brother, let me tell you something. If you see me picture if you see me mural on a wall and run with my resume underneath it, run. So don't talk about beating and just beating up your gum. That is gonna send you to the dentist sooner than later. So I hope you don't have some dental money but you not beat up on your gum. When I will continue to say, I say, we in Jamaica will not go too far with the first. You want me to double down and telling us that if we not build a local football, we would have never see 1998 again. We will never see it if we not build local. I don't care if we get 1 million players from overseas. I have no problem with players coming from the diaspora and getting mixed in the team. But we need mixtures. We need thick mixture. We need a 70 or a 80-20. That we need. So we need to build up with thing at Jamaica. So who I say, but me not have no problem with who I come from overseas. But what we're doing with the local. USA, starting this week, women's team will be challenging for must be a third World Cup title. It's not because they are import Megan Rapinoe and those girls from overseas. It's because they built a woman Premier League, woman soccer league in America. The same thing when they want to build to enter into the World Cup, them peel back the MLA, adapt them do, and them spend money in it and them get foreign investors to put their money in it. So them could have even bring in people like Messi and I try to lower the best of the best when them watch to come over America, come play some football. That's all I'm saying. Back in the day.
Gunners boss, before you go further, let me say this. Revisit how you think about the foreign players. Just think about them. We send the parents overseas to get those players trained to come play for us. Just think about it that way. They're all Jamaicans.
No.
We send them overseas, not because the US, the analogy you use doesn't resonate.
No. What I'm saying is, when I say foreign players, we all understand what I say. So don't go to no extreme. You understand what I talk about. So if me I say foolishness and me say stupid, I see something in me. Yeah. So nobody.
Can I say something?
Gunners boss, let Tigat say something.
Let me say something.
Go ahead.
Are you saying that if a player or if majority of the player don't play to play in the Jamaican league, you don't see them qualified for the national team if they don't come to the JPL league?
No, what I'm saying is if we have solid players, if we have more Leon Bailey and more whispers in Jamaica, they automatically will be going overseas to play, but they will be coming back for national duty.
But then again, if they go overseas, you have a fight against them. If we build them up, like you have a fight against them, you tell them that they're not supposed to come to the side. That's what
you cannot say what I am saying and say it your way, and then that is if I said something and you say it other way and say that you're lying, What I said is, again, let me repeat. Manning Cup, the Costa Cup, Jamaica Premier League, and all the other leagues them we have in Jamaica. If we start have quality players like Whisper, when them get Whisper age before and thing, them will end up born at some college overseas and in some academy. That don't mean to say we raise them born at Jamaica. What I'm saying is, it's not whether it comes out to Jamaican born or not. Let me talk, my brother. Let me take a look at 2 minutes and talk now when we done your talk.
No,
So
man,
you never
nobody,
let them
nobody
out
not
of-
interrupt. It's just background noise. I'm muted. Go ahead, Gunnar. Nobody interrupting you.
Okay.
Hearing
Right.
voices.
Yeah, what I'm saying now is, leading up to 1998, we had league. We have the Jamaica Caribbean Premier League across Jamaica, from St. Thomas to St. Anne to Westmoreland. We have quality players coming out of Manning's Cup, coming out of Dakasta Cup, from Manning's High School to Rusty's all the way around. Kingston College, St. George's all the way around. We have Boys Town, we have Arnett Garden, we have all at Seba, we have all of these teams. We have more than quality to pick from because we was concentrating on the local program. So we was developing football, and we have all people that come, the best of the best that come from Trinidad and the Caribbean, come play for Mr. Barrett out at St. Thomas and other places. I can't remember where and where, but we was good. No, we can't even attract the worst of the worst to come to Jamaica to play in our Premier League. So we have to wait until when we have competition, and we're scrambling all over the world, looking for players all over Europe, while we're not paying any much attention to what's not happening in Jamaica. That's all me I say. We can't go nowhere with just running all over the world. Pick up Leon Bailey, yes, because him play overseas, him with Jamaica. So Leon Bailey out of my conversation. Warren Blake, when name
Warren
from
Blake.
Union, out of my conversation.
Yeah.
Black boy, little black boy, when name Andy Lowe Junior, out of my conversation. I'm not talking about those players who play in Jamaica. I'm talking about what about the players who have the talent to be good, and when I look on them and try to develop.
Sorry, man.
Cataract, just relax, Cataract. Let him finish. Cataract.
Go ahead, Cataract. Let me
All right, so
start
Gunner's boss. So what we're going to do now?
I asked for the opportunity to ask Gunner's boss a question, but I'll wait.
Cataract, yeah, hold on. Gunner's boss. All right, so let me correct you on something. All right.
Yeah.
Developing local football has nothing to do with the national team, because local football development should not be at the senior level. It should be at the junior level, meaning your 6-year-olds and your 7, your 8, your 9, and your 10. Those kids will not be able to make a senior team. So what we need to focus on, it is a good thing that we have all of these players who have been developed elsewhere in our senior team, so that now the resources that are in the football can be dedicated to develop the kids in Jamaica. That does not affect your senior team. All right, that's one thing. Hold on. Let's move on to for a second.
Let me ask another.
The dynamics of football have changed from what you are talking about. Generally, in that era, few players from Jamaica were making the move all across Europe. Presently, the best players in Jamaica coming out of our high school system spend a maximum, if they are good, of 2 to 3 years in our Premier League before they move out of Jamaica. It means that the level of football and the quality of the football at the local level will always fall, because the best players are going overseas and we are not attracting players from other places. All right? So when you look at that, you're going to always have Cephas that people are talking about is developing where he's at. As he improves, he will be a part of our senior team. That's what you want, right? The fact that Cephas and the Norman Campbell and the Kaim Paris and the Shamar Nicholson, the Dujan Whisper, Richard, all of these guys are not playing in Jamaica. Richard King, Colin Anderson, all of these guys. What it means is that the local football at the Premier League level will not be at the requisite standard. Therefore, our football federation now needs to find a way of working with our grassroots, making sure that our kids have the best fundamentals to grow and develop into quality footballers, while the national team is tapping into the players that are way advanced in their development, so we can get the results and get the resources into the football. That is how it has to work. Cataract said he has a question for you. Go ahead now, Cataract.
Observation and question. Firstly, good afternoon to the caller, Gunner's boss. You began by asking about Saudi Arabia. So I'm going to assume that you have not been following the football news where a Mikel Antonio, a multi-million pound approach has been made for Mikel Antonio. There was also some interest on Damari Gray. I read on the Sky Sports blotters that they have with breaking news, but Mikel Antonio seems likely to be the first Jamaican to benefit from these multi-million mega salary deals. And with the way that Mikel Antonio has always assisted the program, where he was just a regularly paid West Ham player, I think we could expect some of those benefits to come back to the Jamaican football in that way. So one of the ways to get the Saudi money is to have elite class players who can transition to the Saudi league and earn £300,000-500,000 a week and repatriate some of those earnings back to Jamaica. That's number one. Number two is, I can't understand if Gunner's boss did not watch what is happening, because he's speaking from a narrative of many years ago. Coach Hallgrimson has kept weekly camps and weekly training sessions with domestic-based players as a group, as a specific technical unit. So we had a strikers camp, we had a defenders camp, we had a midfielders camp the next week. Right now, management, if you can confirm, but I know that there are about 20 or 30, upwards of about 20, 30 goalkeepers who are going through their paces, along with the goalkeeper from Waterhouse, who was in the national team, Foster, I think. He's there, and the goalkeeping coaches. So work is being done on the local-based players. We saw the level of the local-based players when we took on Trinidad, and they were unable to turn over local opposition. However, our best team that represented Jamaica made a mockery of the same country, the same team with better players in St. Louis. So I'm just asking you, if the coach has the local players under his eyes, looks at them up close and personal by calling them up to camps, and determines that they're not ready for this yet, the only one he could pull out was Whisper, right? What is the coach to do? Select players who he feels or who in his technical knowledge has deficiencies just because they are born in Jamaica? And that would be the question that I would pose to him at this juncture.
All right, so Gunner's boss. Gunner's boss. So I'm going to let you respond because you have 16 minutes. So let you respond to that, and then we take a next one. So go ahead.
Yeah, man. Well, up to now, man, maybe the people who say them a beat me and a beat up them come to understand what I'm saying. You never hear. I said the coach should have bring JPL players to this competition. I said grow the football in Jamaica so we can have to choose from, like we had a multitude to choose from in the 98 or leading up to the 98 run. That's what they say. So you agree with me when you say the quality not growing in Jamaica, and it's because we are paying too much attention to the national team and not paying enough attention to the domestic league. That is the problem when we are talking about. So Uno has a different thing from when we say. So go and beat up.
No. But you're not listening, Gunner's boss. I said to you, the coach has been. Mannings.
Cataract.
Kill the domestic. Continue kill the domestic.
Let him finish, Cataract, and then
from over. Continue kill the domestic league, and we don't have no Sunday night evening football and a Monday evening football to watch. We don't have no quality and a run with the people them. But if them not can't turn up to the domestic game because them not see no quality, them not gonna turn up on a one-off national team game. We need to build the football at Jamaica, so we have multitudes of people from local and abroad. That me say.
All right.
Who don't understand that? Continue kill the national. Continue kill the domestic.
And Manny, that's what I'm asking him. So Gunners boss. So Gunners boss.
Cataract. When Gunners boss, once you have finished responded, I'm going to let you hang up, and then I'll let Cataract speak. We're not going to do this today. I'm not going to have a back and
yeah, man. Let me just finish
so
that hang up and make Cataract. Yeah. So what I'm saying, I see MLS, they killing the MLS to build national. That's what I see. Thank you very much for all the people who said they beat it. Continue doing that. Go on, Neil, listening to you on the other side, Cataract.
Go on, listen now. So I'm going to Cataract respond to you.
So can I say one thing for Cataract speak? Gunners boss, you can't beat Gunners boss, you can't beat people, you can't take beating, That's what me just say. You have beat up, you can't take beating too. That's all I have to say.
All right, go ahead, Cataract. So Joe, you just respond strongly.
A good intervention. I am disappointed that you allowed Gunners boss to disappear before the knockout beatings came. Because when I said to him that the coach is taking the best JPL players and putting them through camps, isn't that building the local domestic playing product? How is that killing the league? When he takes them from, when is it, Tuesday to Thursday, right? The 2-day camps for the strikers and the other players. Is that killing the domestic league? When he selects an almost all domestic league players with about 4 under 20 players from England, so 18 of the 22 players who faced Trinidad in a 2-match competition, so that local domestic players could get international football experience. Is that killing the domestic league? So I would have wanted you to allow him to answer, what about that approach that the coach has embarked upon that is killing the domestic league? Or is he, in his disingenuous way, with him like a spliced up way, trying to say that we should have taken all Manning Cup, all the Costa Cup, all JPL team and go up a Gold Cup and we would have reached the finals? Because that's the narrative. The coach has the coach has done his utmost to work on the development of the local game. The JFF, if it's one thing they can do, and one thing I can cuss Mr. Speed about, they have embarked on the coaching qualification and trying to raise the level of the coaches so that the coaches can provide better foundation for the players when they are called up to the national team. The ball now bounce 10 foot off of them. They can control a ball and they have tactical acumen, right? So the JFF is trying to do their thing. The coach is trying to do their thing. So who exactly is killing the JPL?
Okay.
But you make him run.
No, yeah. We don't want the back and forth today. We're going to have dialogue. Welcome, Talawa TV. So good to have you. Been a minute. I hope you're doing well. Are you in Australia? Cranky. And then I'll hear from Tigat and Unseen. We don't want to belabor that point. But because, so Cranky, you're saying that the gaps that needs to be plugged, we talk about on the field, is the midfield. All right. Are there any on the field issues? And in midfield, who do you have any person that you think would plug that gap in mind? So
management, here's the thing, management, which is very funny. So Gunners boss just came on here and talk about developing local football and complaining. So do we have any midfielders in Jamaica? We talk about Maggie, and Maggie struggled to make any team he's part of, in league he's part of. And look, I like Maggie. I watch him play up close. I think he has ability. But we don't have the local players to satisfy what we're looking for, management. We're not playing against ourselves when we go play international management. We're playing against global competition and want to compete on a global level. And we analogize what we do with our track team, and we should not do that because it's night and day, no matter who we've brought in today. The haters of the world, management, who Devon have been trying to pursue for the last probably 10 years, exaggerating. Those players who have Jamaican heritage, who we know of ability, and who fit them into the the English team. I can't. Or those who are younger. I think, management, what we should do. I'm hearing more because I liaise with England quite a bit. I'm hearing more and more youngsters who wants to be part of the program, management. I know the Lewis Baker and Isaac Eaton. I'm not totally convinced by them, frankly, but they're better than what we have, right? But they're younger players, management, who are out there, who are playing. A number of them with Jamaican heritage, who are all now part of this journey. Want to be part of the journey, management. We need to get every single one of them Jamaican passport. Doesn't mean 90% of them will get to the Jamaica team, but it doesn't matter. They're part of the whole equation of who we are, management. And two things. One is, are there any of those who are coming through? Like the Ramsey of the world. We won't get Ramsey because they're not going to play for England. But those which are there, management, like 17, 18, or potential we can bring in now and blend them in. Or management, and you hear me say this numerous times, we convert some of our forwards, like a Gray, who we know have those skill sets, to play in the midfield. Maybe not the 8, but the 10 position. Because that pass Gray to Maribel that he made is a 10 pass, management. Not necessarily a winger pass, a 10 pass to Maribel to score that goal. Do we convert some of them to midfield? Because as you know, in today's football, every coach is looking for versatility. Every coach. Coach don't want one-dimensional players anymore. You have to be a ball handler. No matter if you're a goalkeeper, nowadays, management, you have to be a ball handler. So if you're a ball handler, you must can play in the middle of the park. Okay? You're a ball handler. You can go by people or you can make a pass. Can we convert? We tried with Lati. Obviously, Lati don't have some of those creative skills, but he have energy. How do we mold some of those younger players who have those skill sets to be in the midfield? Because in our midfield, it's lacking. And you mentioned Lambert. Lambert played well defensively. I don't think he was there offensively.
Yeah. All right. Unseen. Let me just get Unseen. He hasn't said anything for a while. Tigat has chipped out, and then we want to welcome Mr. Porter. Big up to all the persons who have joined this stream later as well. Again, remember you can please hit the like button, subscribe, and share. Good to see Talawa TV. So many females are out there, but big up Talawa TV because she's one of those social media influencer in the sports department that continues to support the football. Big up yourself, Crystal. Boy, I was hoping that you'd be in Australia to give us, the day-to-day shenanigans with the team.
Man, it was too busy to start a GoFund for you, Krista. Very disappointed in him. But he was busy with national duty, so he couldn't start a GoFund to get to Australia. It's expensive, as you said.
She was doing. Oh no, man! We should have really done that, Crystal. They should have done that, because we'd have gotten a lot of support for you. Trust me. But let's do Unseen. He hasn't said anything in a while, and then I'll hear from Mr. Porter, and I think Ketarak had something to say. Unseen.
Yeah, that question for Cronky.
You have a question? Okay, all right, hold on.
No, for Cronky. After Unseen.
Unseen, listen, how do you fix the because many people are saying right back, they're saying Dexter, but how do you plug those gaps on the field, and what are the on the field issues that you're saying we need to fix? Go ahead.
One is one. We don't have no good. I don't think we have any good right back now in the JPL. So we have to go overseas for that player. But I don't really see any big problem in the right back. I think Lembikisa will get better. Yeah, and what's his name again? The one that plays MLS, Brown. Brown will get better management. But the question I want to ask, Cataract. Cataract is sometimes when you talk it, that it come across a way in terms of what you say. Although you have a point in most of what you say. The players, some of them don't cut it. But most of the time, if you ask me, some of the best players them don't get selected. Some of the best players them don't get selected to, get a chance even to play for the national team. So we can go back to when Paul did have the job, and they select players to play the Nations League before the World Cup qualification management, and a certain player went, one of the top player in the league go, and other players in the JPL never get the opportunity. You understand what I mean?
Yeah. I don't understand. No, I don't understand what you're saying.
All right.
One of the top players
lost.
Sorry. So one of the top players.
You said when Paul had the team, one of the top players went,
No,
But
man, I fix some mistake. I make a mistake.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. So one of the top player went to the trials. Other player in the JPL went. The top player did not make the team.
The top player from the JPL?
From the JPL did not make the team.
Why is he being cryptic? Could you just ask a question? Just state the name of the player.
No, we don't have to state the name of the player. Because you know.
Jesus.
But anyway, these things are happening in the national team. From not saying it's going to continue with algorithms because they can see a level of different, professionalism, accountability, and stuff like that. You understand what I mean?
Yeah, but Unseen, let me say this, Unseen. I remember one of the issues people had with Paul Hall, because listen, I think Paul is a very good personality, good person, right?
Good coach, though. Good coach.
Good coach, all right? A lot of persons said that Paul Hall, because Paul Hall had made a statement about domestic players, and many people felt like he was going to build a core with those players. So it is surprising to hear you say he selected a team and there was a top player that he did not select. Or is it that the position that the player was in, there were better players? So you'd have to, that's what I'm saying, it's very vague what you're saying. So I'm not sure. Maybe you need to, you need to.
I am sure it's not sure. So please fix that Unseen.
Fix what?
Yeah, like which top, like, so when Paul Hall was here, who was the top player in the JPL?
Cephas.
When Paul Hall was here, okay, and
he picked Pearson, Pearson, and
is Pearson a winger?
But Pearson don't play wing. That's what I'm saying. Who played wing for the team?
No, I'm saying.
Yeah, here's what you do. Hold on, Unseen. Here's the position. Here's the problem I have with you. Yeah, no, just listen me on. No? The problem I have with you is that sometimes you look at the squad and say this player should not be in there because of this player, even if they play different positions.
Yeah.
No, but it can't. It's just like I am going to say, like, listen, this goalkeeper should not be in there. We should bring a center forward. It don't work like that.
Goalkeeper difference. Come on.
No, man. All right. So here's what I'm saying. I agree with you that Sivas is a good player. I agree with you that he must get his opportunity. To say that you can take out a CDM to put in a winger sometimes can be very difficult to do because you need balance in your squad selection. And all I'm saying is that if you are saying to me you cannot find a winger, you find a winger to say, and I'm okay with that, We may not, I may not agree with you, but that makes more sense. So if you say to me, Cephas should have been in the team over Leon Bailey because they play the same position. He should have been in the team over Demara Gray. He should have been in the team over Kahim Paris. He should have been in the team over Bobby Reed. At least I could understand because hold on, because it is similar position. What you're doing, you're basically saying he cannot get out any of these wingers. So let me find a player in a different position who can get in for. That type of selection, I personally can't agree with. Be bold enough to say this player called Cephas, this player called King, this player called Busy. I believe they are good enough to get out the person in the same position that they play. And people may not agree with that, but don't cross the positions. That's all I'm saying. Yeah.
Remember, say we are talking about local based players in the team. So whenever I talk about the players from overseas who play the wing position, who they make the team. And so I can't say Cephas should over them player in the team. We are talking about the local based players who get the opportunity over Cephas with less quality.
But in what position? So who are the wingers?
The position, all right. So
in the team that
Paul select.
Listen.
Because me a backgunners boss,
No. Yeah. Hold on. No. In the team that Paul selected, who were the wingers in the team at the point and that you believe Cephas at that point should have played over? Because Pearson was never a winger. That's all I'm saying.
But Manisman, I'm going to answer your question. Answer your question, but on that may I try to bring cross. I am saying, so Cataract is saying that the Jamaican players...
So you're going to answer the question and then not answer the question?
Well, no, man, the Jamaican players, them not good enough to make the team.
No, I did not say that. I did not say that, sir. Please do not.
Man's man.
Hold
Hold on, Devon. Let me clear my name. I did not say that, sir. I said the coach has been working with the domestic-based players up close and personal, and based on what he has seen, he selected a predominantly local-based squad to play 2 international games and get experience against Trinidad.
Right.
And it was a disastrous episode, but out of that, the only player that he determined fit the bill for his Gold Cup squad was Dujan Richards. People act like Dujan Richards is not born in Jamaica or a domestic player. He plays in Manning Cup.
All right, so you use the coach then. All right, so what you think? More know what you think.
I said clearly here that I think Stuart of Mount Pleasant could feel a little hard done by when he saw the amount of chances missed in the Gold Cup. But outside of that, there's no one I can point to in the JPL that could replace a player in...
Not even Jamara Phillips?
Replace who?
All right.
Jamara Phillips couldn't be in the team?
Replace who?
So may I ask you?
Replacing who?
All right. This listen, we're not going again.
Thank you, man.
Cataract, the conversation has ended. All right, we're gonna move on because we're not going to have unseen. You have to answer the question. But I've asked you one question. You have not answered it. You have asked 3 questions, and you're demanding answers.
So, my name's man. Can I say something?
So let me. I become a supporter. Let me ask you again because somebody just put up Daniel Green's name as the player who Paul Hall selected instead of Cephas. You are saying that Daniel Green should not have been selected. Cephas should have because he was playing that position.
Cephas was the better player in the JPL at the time, of course.
Okay, so fine. So you are saying that Daniel Green should not have been called to the team. Cephas should have been.
So I'm saying some of the better players. So that's what I'm saying.
So that's what
Manins, can I ask him a question, Manins, man?
So no, man. Let me just pass that. So right. So let's get down because the player who came in for Cephas over Cephas was Daniel Green. So your position is that Daniel Green should not have been called to the team over Ronaldo Cephas.
Yeah, in your context of players playing in their position.
No, me I can't.
Yeah.
Where you get to my context?
Because I talk about players who come to the national team, right? Who is not good enough, and they have other players in the JPL who are better than them. JPL players me I talk about.
Who? So no JPL players.
We're not talking about positions. We're not talking about positions who come in.
But team is selected based on position.
We just answer your questions still.
So Manin.
All
right.
Let me say something, Cataract.
So Devon, can I ask him something? So should we have brought in Kemar Foster, good goalkeeper, and drop Pearson? Just bring in a goalkeeper because him good?
Him says goalkeepers are separate. I did ask him about
goalkeepers are separate. Okay.
Yeah.
Cataract, what's the question? Cataract, do better than that.
Mr. Porter, Unseen, just hold on.
Okay, Unseen. I'm gonna say something, Unseen. Better is relevant. In your eyes, Cephas might look like the better player in your eyes. But do you ever think that Cephas at the time does not fit the system that the coach plays, and Daniel Green fits that system?
And I never asked a coach, so I don't know. But in my eyes, I think he was the better player.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It might look like the better player in your eyes, but he does not fit the system and the style that the coach plays and wants his team to play. So maybe that's why Cephas wasn't selected at that time. But looking at Cephas, he is very talented and he might be one of the players going forward. You will never know. That doesn't mean that the national team is overlooking Cephas at this point in time. Now, I heard Gunners Boss says they're killing the local league, the domestic league.
I would like to understand what does he mean by killing and they're not developing the domestic league?
All right,
Because
we
if a
kind of
player,
sorry,
if a
Mr. Porter,
player,
because Mr. Porter, we kind of move on. I'm trying to move the conversation on because Gunner's boss is not here. And to me, like I just personally believe that once we're not going to agree, we have to move the conversation on so we can have more, call it constructive discussion to the process going forward. And what Gunner's boss
agreed,
says, I think
agreed,
we dealt with that. So let us see if we can move on now. And
agreed.
so I know Cataract said he had a question for Cranky because my thing is we're talking about looking at the team, going out to the Nation League. What are the gaps that we need? We need to plug. Now, one thing I can agree with Unseen, given what Cephas is doing, I think he deserves a shot in the team. At the end of the day, though, in the position that he plays, he has a Leon Bailey to contend with, a Demarai Gray to contend with. He also has a Kaim Paris to contend with, a Bobby Reed to contend with. He has, according to reports, a Reese Nelson to contend with. As long as he's performing better than them, he deserves to be in the team. That unquestionably, he deserves to. And given his present form, I would say yes, he should be. Now, leading up to the Gold Cup, I think if he were at the Austrian camp, he could have gotten a shot because the coach would have seen him. Leading up to that, the coach would have seen the other players play before, except the like Latte Bodier, who were in specific position that we know needed to be plugged. I will go as far as to say this. The area in Jamaica's football, in my watching of football over the years, that we haven't had a struggle in finding players in is in the wide wing areas. All right? So at every given time, Jamaica's football has been flooded with wide players. You can go from the Roderick Reed, Walter Boyd, all of those, even Luton Shelton, very good wingers. And so I think it's a position that at every selection, you're going to find players who are left out because it is a position. If you even check some of the players who we talk about could play for Jamaica, they are wingers. So in most teams that are selected by a coach in Jamaica, you're going to find at least two wingers. Dan Richards, what you may not find midfielders so plentiful, but you will find wingers. And we must,
Man.
Yeah.
So you talk about Cephas. If he was in the Austria tour, would have been maybe get a shot in the Gold Cup. So the question is why didn't he get a call or stuff like that?
So
he was performing. He was performing that warranted.
What I think you should do. So what I think you should do is talk to Cephas. Because it seemed like you have interviewed him, have a personal relationship with him. Reach out to him.
No. I would have to ask you. You're the team manager.
So I am saying to you, reach out to Cephas because you have a personal relationship with him. It's not about. Just find out from him and stuff.
No.
Mannings, I think Mannings, you were in Austria at the time.
Right.
We got conflicting reports about the player and his absence from the squad. If you're being honest, those of us on the island, after the press conference and the coach answered frontally, we got reports in the written press media. And
I've seen one on the cataract. Are your friend that Unseen the people that ask her?
Yeah, the madman. Rap Smith, see man.
Mix the people that ask you,
Yeah, the day I know, man.
Unseen now with the long hair, man.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, cataract.
Yes, a mix.
Go ahead, cataract.
I'm just saying that maybe Unseen, I think, is referring to the conflicting reports which we got in the local media with the player saying that had he been called up, he would have moved heaven and earth and his management team would have gotten him the required Schengen visa. And that contradicted what was given in the press conference. And we have to just be honest about that. And I hope at some point somebody clears it up in terms of CFS. But since I'm on here, just going to pose the question to Cranky and sit back and listen. Cranky, you said you were not convinced about Isaac Hayden and Lewis Baker. And I wanted to ask you, what is it that you are not convinced about by two central midfielders, including one purpose-built CDM, who plied his trade for many years at the Premier League level? What is it that you were not convinced about? And what is it you're not convinced about that Lewis Baker, who has plied his trade in England and outside of England, in Galatasaray, for example?
Yeah,
what is it that you're not convinced about? That's my question.
Let me say this. Listen, all right. The thing is not here to. So I really want to. Here's what I want you to answer. All right, we're gonna move on from this because this is not going to get anywhere. I don't want to. Again, want to transition the discussion. All right. So, the big thing is that when you look back at the Gold Cup, we have Nations League coming up. What are the gaps to be plugged in the team, on the field and off the field? What are the things that needs to, given, I mean, what you saw, what you experienced, what you heard, what are the things that needs to be upgraded, needs to be changed? Because we have to keep on progressing the football. We have around 30 minutes to go, and that's where I want the conversation. This
management isn't that the very same thing that we're saying? We said everyone. No, we were saying that the central midfield and CDM.
Yeah, but
is
listen, it's cataract. Listen, what I am saying. You're asking unseen a question that I am asking you to give me your answer to.
No, I'm not asking unseen. I'm asking Cronky a question and asked him what it is about the two most obvious choices to come in and have an immediate impact to the Jamaican midfield, which would be Lewis Baker and Isaac Hayden.
Cataract. Can I butt in here?
Mm-hmm.
You can forward it.
Okay, yes, we might identify the areas that need, but can you leave those two names out of the discussion right now, please?
No man, you about those.
So can Cranky speak for himself? Does Cranky get a chance to speak for himself?
Go ahead, Cranky.
Let me say this.
So I will agree with Devon that we shouldn't address those two right now. I would just say this, that neither of them play in the Premier League. And I've been very focused on Premier League players being part of my national team going forward. That's been part of my big thing. Hayden got moved from Newcastle to the Championship. Baker doesn't play in the Premier League. And I've been very focused on...
Isaac Hayden is a Premier League player. He is contracted to Newcastle. He went out on loan.
That's not the reason, Cranky, if I must say this. That's not the reason, but for the discussion, I would like for Cataract to exclude those two names right now out of the conversation.
All right, so here's the thing, Mr. Porter. I don't want to put you in a compromised position. I would prefer then, if you have inside information on players, because I am not going to. Cataract or Cranky may see a player or unseen, someone may call in. If you believe that your position will be compromised, I would prefer if you not be on the program so no one can say you were discussing it. But people should be free, if they see a player that they believe is connected to with Jamaica, to call their names. And if the player has a problem with that, maybe he doesn't fit the bill to represent Jamaica. So what I will do, I'll give you the opportunity to exclude yourself from the discussion, because we cannot be talking about so somebody can call busy as an option. If somebody says Isaac Hayden could be an option, they may be wrong. But if it is going to compromise your position, you should not be on the panel. But people should be free.
No, it won't, but I won't be a part of the discussion, but I can listen in.
That's what I'm saying. So you don't have to be, but you should not say that, leave the players out, because it is his opinion that they could fill the gap. So he must be willing to discuss that. He may have no information. It may be just guesswork. All right. But let a man be at liberty and let Cranky respond. That's how we have to do it. And if there's any player out there, if I feel like I want to call Ivan Toney name, I should be able to call it. And if him don't want to because we call him name, then that's fine. But because we're not revealing any deep, dark secrets of anybody. So Cranky, you want to respond to Cataract?
Two things. One is, before I get to the Cataract question, for Unseen, each of us have our view about who should be part of any program that we support, right? If you look at England, for example, Grealish, Maddison, Ben White, previously weren't part of the program. Even Ben White is no longer part of that program, doesn't get selected all the time. And we all get frustrated that they're not part of it. So you're going to have players who you like, who's on the team. We should just accept that the coach is going to make a decision. Back to Cataract question about Lewis Baker and Hayden. As I said before, I'm very focused on when bringing Premier League players. And Cataract said, well, Hayden played in the Premier League. I understand he no longer plays in Premier League. And frankly, my understanding was we have asked him numerous times. He says on the fringe of the England team. He has made the England team. And he says, committed, we have to move on. I'm not going to ask you 20, 30, 40 times and you say no. If I ask you, you say no 10 times, and you still say no, I got to go find somebody who can fit what I'm trying to do. It's a fact. It's life. For Lewis Baker, I haven't seen him. He's been asked also. He is turned down. Doesn't mean he should be put to Siberia, but we have to move on. We have leagues to play. We have Nation League to play. We have World Cup to qualify for. If I ask you and say no, I'm going to move on. Let's go try to find players who fit what we're trying to do, and let's mold those players in the system that we're trying to put together. That's my view.
Cranky, what my correct something? The like is strictly football, okay? And how unseen sports operate. If a player consistent and do well, I always root team. Not care who. Not only.
Yeah, but unseen. Here's the problem, unseen. You don't understand unseen. The level of competition you play against also determines if you get selected. If you play against unseen, how many championship players are in the British English national team?
Maybe none.
How many championship players in the British national team? How many Brazilians who live in Brazil, play in Brazil, are in the Brazilian national team?
Two different countries that you can't compare them with.
No, but unseen. The analogy makes sense. Unseen. It's not really smart. Just when you have a discussion and you're on different parts of the aisle having your perspective, you can't push off somebody and say, well, you know what, it's something different. If the analogy doesn't make sense, I agree, it shouldn't be comparable. I'm asking you a question. Jamaica is no different from an England making selection about players at certain levels. You want to select the best players for the coach system to play. Southgate plays Maguire, and everybody think Maguire not good. That's the coach's preference. Doesn't mean they're not better defenders than Maguire. The coach picked Maguire. Right? Isn't that a fact?
Right.
So it's the same concept. Cephas May should have gotten a game. Nobody's fighting that, unseen. But you can't beat a coach because he select a player that's different from the one you believe, based on his footballing capabilities, should be the team, is not in the team. You can't say, well, the coach know him, I do. Because there's 18 other players you like.
Yeah, I can say that.
Yeah, you can, but you belaboring the point for the whole period about one player when they're giving you examples of the player position. You're comparing positions. Players who play midfield with Cephas who play up front.
No, I'm going to fix it. I answer the question. I'm going to tell him I agree because in a Jamaica team, players play the position a lot, even at this World Cup.
Right.
You understand?
Look, it's your preference of the player. Yeah,
because me see Corberg play wing. Me see Michael Antonio play wing in the match. Me see Bowser come and play wing as well. And then a centre forward.
But so would Stewart have the same complaint that Cephas has? Like for this last Gold Cup? Would Stewart also feel harmed because he played well in the JPL, he scored really good goals and he didn't get a chance?
He's consistent. So from JPL over to Namason, consistent and still scoring now.
Okay.
Right? So
that's your perspective, right? It's your view.
So I'm saying
unseen. You pull us out of the central midfield argument to come back to the Cephas argument.
No, man, I'm not talking about a central midfielder. Stop the life.
No, I'm saying we were speaking about central midfielders and you've taken us back to the Cephas argument.
So what? No, I Cranky me correct about the like situation. I'm tell them know why me a root for him.
Yeah. No, blame me for that, Cataract. So let's go back to Manisman question, which is focused on. Manisman wants to know. Yeah, Manisman wants to know, what do we need to do to improve the current squad to allow us, I'm going to put in my words, to compete with the top nations in this region, the Mexico, the Canada, the US, and now the Panama. And I think our biggest deficiency lies in the middle of the park. I also think that the fans got to support the coach on his decisions on certain players. I think the coach was reluctant to make certain tough decisions in the Gold Cup, which if he wants to be successful, he cannot not do going forward. But agree with most people that even though we have one or two defensive positions, we may question like the right back position, or we may question how some of our wingers perform. The midfield, there's a consensus across the entire footballing community in Jamaica, no matter where you reside, that the midfield needs to be shored up and we need better midfielders. The question is, do we have players out there, regardless of where they reside, to satisfy what we need in the midfield? And I'm saying it's a struggle. We mentioned Hayden and Lewis Baker. They've never played for Jamaica. They may want to play for Jamaica. What I've said is this. If you can't find them, then convert some of your players who have some of those skill sets to play in the midfield. And we have forwards who have ability, or defenders who have ability. We just got to try to convert them. Joey Linton, Iwobi, Dwight McNeil. There have been a number of players I've seen who have played certain positions over the years. And not by design, by force, something happened in their team. It wasn't because the coach was brilliant. They put the midfield and realized, this player can actually function in this capacity. So why don't we do it by design? To say, you know what? Maybe a Gray should play the 10 because I have enough wingers to play out wide. As a management says, we are full of wingers, and the wingers, we can't play all at one time. If Nelson comes in and we have Gray and Bailey, who sits on the bench? So we're gonna have a very good player on the bench while we don't have competent players in the midfield, middle of the park.
So
right?
So Cranky.
Yeah.
And this is, I hope Devon can come in here. We have 5, by my count, teenage central midfielders. And I would want part of the argument to go, do we then turn and say, okay, do we blood these players? So let me go. There's Brandon Cover, who from all accounts was probably one of the best players at the CAC games. We have Malachi Douglas, who played an excellent game at the under-20 World Cup qualifier and was then banished. We have Delano Splatt, who is a central midfielder, less a CDM. There's Dante Casanova, who's a captain of Tottenham's on the 18s, who has gotten his Jamaican passport, came for the 2 series against Trinidad, but didn't take the field. And there's a mystery player who I would really love to ask. I hope Manny's man comes back. K-Roy Anderson, who's at Charlton Athletic, who has been being on loan, playing big man football for from the January window. Yet he has never come up on the radar. So my question is, are any one of those 5 players ready to step up if my preferred pairing of Lewis Baker and Isaac Hayden never comes through for Jamaica? And I still hold the prayer there, because in between those groups, I can't see the player to come in. Who else is left? You don't want championship players, which means Corey Smith at Swansea, who is Latibadir's teammate, you would discard him. And the two guys who were in the England under 17 with Latibadir that won the World Cup, Elijah Bonner-Dixon, who has left Liverpool and is now at QPR, and Toshan Oakley Booth, who is in the championship. You wouldn't want those players.
So Ketra, I must stop you there, Ketra.
Teenagers who have their passports.
Ketra.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ketra, I'm not saying we shouldn't engage championship players, but I'm saying I want to focus on Premier League players, right? You can't recruit everyone. If you can't find anyone in the Premier League, or if you have a player who's exceptional in the championship, because sometimes they do come through, but they're far in between, and you bring them into the program. I am an advocate of not excluding anyone from your program, no matter where they reside, if they're good enough. I've always said, if they're good enough. So if they're playing in Kana League or Jamaica and they're good enough, you bring them in your team. That's my philosophy on life in general, right? Don't exclude anyone. But we have to be able to have the enough sample size about their capability, Cataract, to bring them in. And you know, many younger players, most of the players you're naming, the young players, they're not part of Premier League either. But the fact of the matter is, Cataract, if we think we see enough, like you see the potential in Whisper, to bring them into the team,
Casanova was a Tottenham Hotspur.
Right. But he's not in the first team, is he?
Leicester. That was in the Premier League. Well, they're now in the Championship, but the Premier League. So there were players who are part of a Premier League setup. Delano Splat is at Fulham in a Premier League setup.
Right.
So I'm just saying, is it that we look towards those and build towards 2026 to try and get a midfield pairing? Or do we look at, and again, I don't know if anybody, unseen, you saw the CAC games. Can you tell me whether the combination of Delano, of Brandon Cover and Josh on Anglin is one that excites you or you can have hope in? Because apart from the one game in which we were battered 6-0, the other games were very competitive.
Boy, Brandon Cover take a look a while to get himself in the game. He have quality, but I think he might the answer for you right now. That's my opinion.
The needs are immediate.
Neither angling. We could take red card. I like them things. Angling are ready for this.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, Cataract and Unseen, I think, I've always said this, I think the coach has done a good job recruiting, right? You hear Manningsman mention that Nelson may come in, something that we've been talking about quite a bit behind the scenes. So I do think, look, there may be players in Jamaica who have not blossomed yet, who in the next 2 or so years may come forward. What I would like to see is local players getting opportunities like a Whisper got in terms of being able to go overseas and play for some of the better teams and really differentiate themselves. I don't want anybody to be given, I don't want affirmative action in our football. I would love to have players being coached the right way, developed the right way, and elevate themselves the right way to play for some of the better teams and to eventually transition to the national team. I think that's an imperative and that's important for all our players, Cataract and Unseen. But the struggle that we have now is, and this is not unique to Jamaica, quality midfielders are hard to find. If you look at Billingham, 100 and something million, and Rice, 100 million, and Casido, 100 million, and Fernandez, 100 plus million, quality midfielders are hard to find, and you find them, they're gems. The question for us is, are we doing a good job as a football community to develop midfielders? What are the attributes that a midfielder needs to have? And how do we either develop them or convert some of the players who have skill sets in other areas to be midfielders? Because Jamaica, since we had like the Whitmores of the world, we have, how many creative midfielders we have in Jamaica differentiating quality? We had the skill core way back when, the Whitmores of the world. We don't have too many coming out of Jamaica. People talk a lot about, what's the name, the kid from Arborview? And I know him actually because he played for my team. His name is eluding me now. Jermaine Hugh. I hear people talk about Jermaine Hugh today, frankly, as a midfielder who can make a pass, or a McGee because they can make a pass. But they're few and far between. We don't have that problem with wingers or center forwards, or even people play center back. Our goalkeepers, we have a ton of them. Wade is a good goalkeeper. Blake has been an exceptional goalkeeper. Why do we struggle so much to find midfielders with the incisiveness, the skill set to operate in the middle of the park and differentiate themselves? Why is there such a struggle?
So, Conky, and I hope, Devon, we're not on those names, so you can probably give us an insight into the ones who have Jamaican passports and who England are the rundown. I think in our time of recruiting on this YouTube and identification of eligible players, when we look back, I think one of the most damning mistakes we made, and something that someone will have to answer to, was when England got knocked out and lost the Euros on penalties, and the diatribe against Bakary Saka and Emile Smith-Rowe in the days after made a statement. Well, England or Jamaica, anyone that comes to me first, that's who I play for. And part of it, the last part is paraphrasing. He said, anyone who comes first. And the fact that we did not pick up the phone or jump on a jet like we know we're able to do, because when the Reggae Girls had a problem, the Gensec and the president reached to Leicester to resolve the would-be mutiny. Did not get there and reach to Highbury, or Emirates as it's now called, and said, hi, I'm here to take you to the embassy to go deal with your passport. We'll look back and regret.
But Ketera, we can't. I understand what you're saying, but we're not different. We have a different coach now, a different manager, different system. We have one of our YouTubers as our interim manager for Jamaica national team, who advocates for the same position we advocate, right? So I do think it's a whole different portfolio of personnel involved. And people like Devin have been doing this for years, right? Devin doesn't get enough credit on the program. I like to say things for other people when they're in an obvious environment, which is Devin has been doing these recruiting for years without being compensated or recognized, frankly. And people don't know this behind the scenes. And there are people who have been trying to do this, like yourselves, actually, and people like Simon who are there interviewing people who may have Jamaican lineage. So those situations are now being transitioned to more in the JFF domain, which they weren't before, right? There's a much more receptiveness, even though you hear some advocacy by some JFF personnel adverse to bringing in foreign-born players, as they call it. But you're seeing more of this occurring and much more of an acceptance that we should all be about the quality, not the quantity. And I think Keterack, you're right about a point in time whereby you have an opportunity and a window to exploit, and we didn't exploit it when those players were being denigrated, belittled, disparaged about their nationality or their race because they didn't score a goal in a tournament. Those are opportunities you get, which are not far between. But I heard Kean Edwards, who plays for Arsenal under 20, saying he's being pressured by Richardson to get his documents to come play for Jamaica. He's a very good, talented young player. And what he basically says was, yeah, great to play for England, but you get more recognition and more acceptance. I'm going to paraphrase what he's saying, and more of an identity when you play for where your lineage resides, right? So people recognize that who are in the diaspora about where they are, who they should represent, and why. And the question for us is, how do we manage this influx of players we're getting, since we still have remnants of this whole local versus foreign? I think we have to get that out of our own system and realize that my kid is over 20. A friend of mine was saying yesterday, I was talking to him, why is he talking patois? He was born here, he's only been to Jamaica about 5-6 times. And I'm laughing, saying, because when you leave Jamaica, doesn't mean that Jamaica leave you. Yeah? That doesn't mean Jamaica leave you. You're going to talk patois, you eat the same food you eat in Jamaica. The only thing different is that you're in a foreign land, you're in a different location. So I think people have to understand these things, that a lot of these people you see in the Jamaica national team playing reggae music, what do you think they grow up on? The food they eat, how they associate, how they engage, what they represent. It's all about the small rock we all come from in some way, shape, or form, and those who may not be born there. And what we have to do is coalesce as a people and operate as one versus operating as if we are separate and distinct, which doesn't make any sense to me. And I hear me preach this 1,001 times. So I do think about the management whole quest, which is, what do we need to do to improve the national team? And I will say this too, because I've said this. The coach has to improve his decision-making sometimes. The coach has to take more risk and make some tougher decisions. We need better midfielders. We need some experienced players like a Lowe to play more under control. I rate Lowe as a footballer, but sometimes he makes decisions I have to scratch my head. We need players like Barbary to step up. We need Liam Bailey to step up. Unseen just quote a stat, which Unseen, I'm sure you realize, Unseen. You said Burke scored 1 in 3 goals. You know, for most forwards, wingers, that's a great stat. In any league, in any competition, in any country, a 1 in 3 stats for a winger is a great stat. Not a good stat, a great stat. It's even average for a forward, or maybe good for a forward, but for a winger, it's a great stat. If you look at Bailey's stat, he's not 1 in 3. Look at Babui's stat, he scored great goals, he's not 1 in 3. So we got to be careful sometimes when we give these perspective about making sure that we have checked to see what good looks like. I am not the biggest proponent of Burke, because I think Burke, even though I think Burke is the hardest worker on the field, bar none, Burke presses really hard. I think Burke has deficiencies in his game, which he hasn't corrected over the years, which he needs to correct. But he may be too far along to correct those.
But cranky over the year, you know, with Jamaica always I work hard. This work hard thing really I get to you know. Just a work I run up and down like a mad. And we are talking about it like it's a good thing. Sorry. Pain me sometimes.
No. Look, we shouldn't denigrate working hard. One second, Devin. You come in, Devin, after this. Yeah. But I do think working hard should be the norm, not an exception. Right? It should be the norm.
Well, Cranky, remember the under 17 team, you know. We hear the coach and talk. Marion Garden, the bus trainers. It's just this player he works hard and this and that, and every player will come up, work hard. And when you look on them on the field, all them just run up and down. Nothing.
Well, but that's about the coaching unseen. Because coaches should be helping the players develop their skills. So you can say, you know what, the players, his decision making, here's the thing you don't hear unseen. His decision making is great. Those are things I like to hear. Decision making, when to pass, when to run off the ball, when to beat a man. What's the decision making process like? Because that is permeates the game you play. Is always going to be throughout the game. Sorry, Devin, go ahead.
Yeah, Cranky.
Devin, you want to say something?
Yeah. I'm gonna use 2 words: nurturing, patience. Here's the thing. We might not have central midfielders who are established, but there are young players out there that we can bring into the system, nurture them to get them where we want and get what we want. Here's the thing with our fan base. We have no patience. We just want to win. You bring a youngster comes in, he made 1 mistake, and you hear him not good, him not in a national team, dash him right. Now, if you stick with that youngster who is 19 and 20 years old for 3 years, do you know what he can become? Just like a coach. Give a coach a team, he lose the first 6 games, and you say fire him. What if you keep him, if you have a 4-year contract, and you keep him for 3 years and he win the championship? Everybody will be happy. So we need to be bold and look at the best youngsters we have out there. Bring them into the team and nurture them. 2026 might not be far away, but 2030 is far away. That kid at 19 years old might gives you what you want 2027, 2028. It might be 1 of them, it might be 2 of them, it might be 3 of them. And then we have that position fixed. But we have to be patient. We have to be patient.
Well, yeah, Devin, I think it's hard for the national team to be patient, Devin, because think about it. You're playing tournament football, and everybody want to win at a point in time, right? So it's hard to have patience with the national team. It's almost like a revolving door.
Let me just say this, Cranky, because it's funny how our coach, right? Because there are 2 things. I hear Mr. Porter's point, but there are some people who have grown impatient. I'm not sure what we want, right? We want to win right now, but we want to bring in young players to develop them. So we want 2 things. We want to bring in all the young players, but we want to win right now.
We want to win.
We want to win the Gold Cup right now. We want to win the Copa. We want to beat Mexico right now. We want to beat USA right now. We want to win all our games right now.
But we want to build a team, but we want to win.
So follow me. So don't follow my logic. We want to do that right now, but then we also want to get in all of these young players to come in and develop them and be winning. I would say this. It's very few teams are able to do that with international football. Club football is a little bit different, and we have to learn to differentiate club football and stop using it as a module for national football. Very few national teams build their teams with young players and enter a competition to win right away. It takes time to develop and all of that, right? So there must be an integration of young players into the team, but mature players who can bring them along. That's important. All right. Now, people change and people grow and people develop. We as a people, sometimes including me, we are very impatient because guess what? We want results. So the coach, people are talking, oh, the coach this, the coach is not tactical, the coach is not this, coach, a lot of people. All right. So how many competitive games have the coach played? All right. All right. He hasn't defeated anybody, according to people. I'm going to use a narrative. Oh, coach don't beat nobody. Ascent Kids is nobody. Trinidad is nobody. All right. Okay, fine. But here's the thing now. But when Mexico beat us, the coach is not good. But he doesn't take credit for the games that he win. Hold on, let me finish. The team played Mexico and drew, and we said, oh, the coach got it tactically right. He lost to Mexico. The coach is not good. All right. He drew with the USA in the USA. Oh, well, it is individual skills why we got that. Guatemala was a good team. One of the best team in possessing the ball. We outplay them, right? In the game, the coach gets no credit. All right. So the coach is in some people's eye, the coach is not doing a good job. We need to change the coach. We need to bring in players. We have to stop reasoning like that when we reason out the football. The man has three wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss. So we have to move the reasoning because you cannot say bring in Casanova, bring in Dexter, bring in Omari Hutchinson, bring in Dujan, bring in all of these young players and still expect that you're going to go and beat the seasoned Americans. The Panamanians still have Andrades playing. You think these guys are young? You think this Panama team is young? The defense line? These guys have been in the Panama team for quite a while. You have to change out people over time. And that is going to come with some young players not looking good, and they get replaced and they get changed. Now let me come to the Coreyberg thing. All right? And Cranky just stated. Most players who play center forward don't score. Gabriel Jesus for Jamaica, for Arsenal, and for Brazil, Richarlison, they don't score 1 in 3. All right? They don't. Richarlison, Gabriel Jesus, don't score. Firmino don't score 1 in 3 for the Brazil national team. All right? Jimenez from Mexico don't score 1 in 3 for Mexico. All right? So let me say this. All right? Hard work is very important in football. To say that people are running up and down, because again, I said, check the reasoning. People don't just go ahead and get people and buy people to play in the MLS because them only can run up and down. And I think sometimes because we don't like how a player look, we don't like how a player play, and that is not our style of football, we categorize them as not being good. People don't spend money to buy players who are not good to play for their clubs at the international level. And some of the players that we talk about sometimes. So this idea that like Corey Burke is a reason. If Corey Burke were not in the team and Cephas was in there, we would have done better. And do what? You're going to tell me that if Cephas was in the squad over Corey Burke, who didn't play against Mexico, would have got to the final? And what? I want somebody to give me the rationale behind that. Let's reason out football. So my question is, and I want somebody to answer me, how would Cephas, being a part of the squad, give us the edge over Mexico? So fine.
So management.
Let's move forward. Bring in Cephas. Explain to me what Cephas would have done so that would have gotten past Mexico. That more.
3 questions. You will say 3 times, but I'll say this to you. International teams, including Premier League teams, have bought many players who are total flops. So that reasoning logic you just put there can't really work. I've seen it with Leeds, and you would have seen it with some players who came to Arsenal who just didn't cut the mustard. But I'm saying to you that the guessing game about if Cephas was there and Corey Burke wasn't there and who did better. What I would say to you though,
Cataract.
Yeah, finish?
No, but you can't skip past what you said. What were you responding to when you made your first statement? Because I don't understand.
When you said that international clubs don't pay money for players who are not good.
So because a player flop, so you're telling me, and you're saying that I am wrong?
Yes, I'm saying to you that...
Tell me a club that saw a player and said, you are not good, I'm going to buy you. Tell me the club. And tell me the player.
You know that Southampton in the Premier League bought a player just because he said he was George Weah's cousin? Oh, okay.
It's an aberration, but you're right. You're right. He was able to wiggle his way to get to. Yes, that's true. That has been out there for a while. Though. That's not though.
One Southampton player.
So hold on. You said name a player, and I just did. But what I want to get to you and say to you,
you never name a player. You never name a player. You didn't name the player. Tell me the player.
Identify this name. The one who posed as George Weah's cousin and got a lucrative contract.
He's not the only one. There was someone in Brazil who did something even worse. Trust me. There's one in Brazil that goes around. Man, I'm gonna give you the two situation. It's laughable, and you think that professional people run clubs with no better, but there's one in Brazil that's even worse than the one in George Weah's.
Is that the one who has the same name as a player? He shares a name with somebody and he just goes around as that person. I know that. But no, I want to answer the CFS question.
No, cataract. You
can't. Oh, Lord, mercy.
Cataract. We have a little time. Calm down.
Man, Mr. Meeks will answer a question.
Yeah. So hold on, man. We're gonna do it one at a time. So you use a Southampton player. Crank, you're talking about players where people may have tricked the system.
Yeah.
Right? And scammed the people.
Trick the system.
Come on.
There was a transfer fee paid.
Yes, they trick guys. Can we just Cataract?
Yes,
can we just move the conversation?
Right,
they trick the system.
They trick the system.
No, but they trick the system, Cataract. You know they trick the system. Go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Right. So I'm just going into the CFS question that you've asked 3 times and tried to answer.
Cephas is a legit footballer. Cephas is not a trick system. We know Cephas is not a trick.
Right. Good. So I think that if I were going there, I don't think people were saying that Cephas should be there over Corey Burke.
That's what Unseen is saying. Unseen said that.
I believe that people were saying.
No,
where I was, they questioned Kaheem Paris's inclusion over Cephas.
Here's what I am discussing. Unseen brought it up. I said to Unseen 2 different positions. He keeps on bringing it up. And for the last hour, I've said, let us move on. And every time him talk, him bring up this thing. So I want him to tell me, by his data, his analysis, his football breakdown, how Corey Burke was suspended for that game, how Cephas being a part of the squad would have gotten us ahead. Unseen keep on going to it. So let him respond to me. If you don't, I'm not talking about what other people are saying. I'm speaking about what Unseen keep on referring to.
With his D license, you forgot to mention that.
I'm not going to mention his license. I'm not going to go down that road.
No, but he's a D license coach.
All right. But he says, Mr. Meeks beside him wants to answer on his behalf. So I will.
The great whisper coach don't show him license. So we don't know. Anyway, Mr. Meeks, your time.
Let me say something. I just want you to listen and try to understand my point before anybody interject. Now, the issue about Corey Burke and the issue about Cephas. First of all, it's not about the individual alone. It's the system which you can use as Cephas to hurt people. Because Cephas is faster, he's more creative, more dynamic than a Corey Burke. So if we had include players who we could have said, because to me, Jamaica tend to play deep and try to hit you on the counter. Having a Cephas to me would be a better option than a Corey Burke, because he can run behind the defenders quicker and he can finish much better than Corey Burke based on current form. So it doesn't boil down just to the individual. It boils down to the team system and how the team wants to play. And based on what the team is doing, having Corey Burke on the field, the Corey Burke to me on the field more likely is to try to press and try to close down people. He's not there to score goals. And I believe that as a striker, his main objective is to either contribute to goal scoring or score himself. He has done nothing pertaining to that regards.
All right. Wonderful. So let me respond to you. In the position that Cephas play, which is the wing, Leon Bailey, let me get to it. Leon Bailey, Demarai Gray, Bobby Reed, Kaim Paris. How many times with their speed, maybe not as fast as Cephas, but also very speedy, I believe that Demarai Gray is way more skillful and effective than Cephas. I believe Leon Bailey is way more skillful and effective than Cephas. They
more skillful.
Right. They did not. That advantage did not help them in Mexico. What evidence do you have that if Cephas replaced Corey Burke, he would have been more effective than Demarai Gray, who made, because remember, it is the same thing that you're saying that Cephas should do, that Demarai Gray would have needed to have done. He did not do that in the Mexico game. So what convinces you that if he were there instead of Corey Burke, he would have done that? That is what I want you to tell me, because we have players who did similar things. I had players who did similar. There were players who did similar things in the team, in the system that you mentioned, and they were not able to do that in that particular game.
All right, let me say this now. It is my opinion. Let me make that clear. It is my opinion that the system that we play deprive our offensive player of being able to consistently display their creativities and their abilities to score. Why I say that? When we're defending, Demarai Gray, Bobby Reed always find themselves in the defensive third of our field trying to win the ball. For me, football is a numbers game. What I mean by football is a numbers game. If we were bold enough to have quality persons and have these quality persons, if their fullback go, then we track with them. But if we stand and the fullback stay, we stay. So as soon as our defenders or midfielders get the ball, we always consistently have that forward part. I think Jamaica would be much more successful. But what happens? If Jamaica, once we lose the ball, everybody retreat, go back and allow teams to play the ball out and come upfield and come round with backs and do as them like and this and that. There is absolutely no threat for Jamaica going forward. And if you check the game, how many balls Demarai Gray get in the final, the attacking third of other teams? Check that stat. How many balls compared to how many balls he gets in the defensive third? Check Bobby Reed. How many balls? I think majority of Bobby Reed's possession is in our half of the field.
Don't think. You need to. I would suggest to you.
Be careful.
I would suggest to you, go and watch all the games leading up to the Mexico game and see where Demarai Gray had his most touches. Remember, Demarai Gray
I am talking about this entire tournament, not one game. Not one game.
So
majority of his thing is in.
So listen what I'm saying. Go back from you want to go back from the beginning. Let's go back from the USA game. All I'm asking you to do is to go and check. You can get it. It's very easy. I can send unseen the program. Check Demarai Gray's where he got the touches in the game and Bobby Reed in the USA, Trinidad, because what we're going to have to do, is that what people are doing, they are basically eliminating the St. Kitts game, and the Trinidad game. And here's why. Oh, them are not nobody. So let's just focus on the Mexico game because they're a big team. Let's focus on the USA game because they're a big team. So we are going to measure the players on their performances in those 2 games because that's what people want to do. Because if you go to the Trinidad game, if you go to the St. Kitts game, if you go to the Guatemala game, Damari Gray and Leon Bailey, if we had converted our opportunities, go and check it. Remember, there are a few goals that we even scored that were called back in the game, because of offside, We were creating and breaking them down with the speed, getting behind the defenders. Damari Gray was causing havoc in the games. Mikel Antonio, in fact, after the first 2 games, people were saying it is okay that Mikel Antonio had not scored a goal because he was helping with creating assists in the games. Now, you have, remember now, when you come all the way up, Corey Burke, coming into this game, had a goal and 2 assists in less than 30 minutes. Remember, we're not arguing if Cephas is a good player. I have said that Cephas deserves a chance. What I have an issue with is he is so good, and here's my issue with Unseen's logic. He believes that Cephas is so good, but he's afraid to drop Leon Bailey to put in Cephas, to drop Damari Gray to put in Cephas. He's afraid to drop Whisper to put in Cephas, though they all play out on the wings. What he wants to do is to find a player in a different position to put in Cephas. Here's my Ketter. Here's my argument. You see, when I was saying Daniel Green should be in the team, I said even drop Leon Bailey because I think he was that good. I'm not looking for a scapegoat. If I believe Cephas is that good, drop Leon Bailey and put him on because he's in better form. I'm not taking out a midfielder. I'm not taking out a defender so I can give him a spot. He's good enough. Let him replace the players in the position that he plays and get them out. And be bold enough to say that even if people disagree with you, say that right now I'll put in Cephas over Bailey because I think he's in better form. And stand by that. Don't try to...
Hold on, one second, Unseen. Man is man. That is so unchristian and so uncharitable.
What?
To ask a man to put himself in the line of several glass bottles where a start fling, should he suggest that Cephas should replace Bailey? When you have...
Oh! You see?
When you have...
Cataract.
Hold on a second.
I will take the bottle for Unseen.
Hold on. When you have Kahim Paris there, but you chose not to mention that Cephas could have replaced Kareem Paris. So,
good point.
A little uncharitable. But Mannings, I do want to say something on this thing here, right? Because the side is picked and the side went there. I want to ask you, and I know people say, boy, you and the coach are friend. I want to ask you, was a mistake made in the selection of Ethan Pinnock?
Cataract, but he have got past Unseen answer to the question me asked you.
That means I say he more answer my question.
Brother,
when more answer my question?
Brother, the man them have garlic for the ratchet. The man them have garlic for the ratchet. Me I help you out.
I asked Unseen.
Walk away.
You walk away for what? Me not gonna change. I want thing with me, I'm consistent.
Hold on. Cataract. I asked Unseen a question. You interrupt. You give your answer. You don't let Unseen or Cranky answer. You gone on a different question for me. Let the man answer the question, Cataract.
All right. So first and foremost, Corey Burke, based on his statistics coming into the Gold Cup, he was due a goal in every 3 games, and him scoring in the 3 games. Cool? No, what I'm saying is that statistics cannot help us to win because he's a goal scorer. Coming to the team as a goal scorer.
What do you mean?
That 3 goal, score a goal in every 3 games. By
stats, if he was available for the Mexico game, he would have scored. By stats. If you go by the stats, he would have scored in the Mexico game.
No,
I will object. If by stats, he would have been ready for a goal in the final if we had reached to the
No,
final.
no.
Yes,
He scored.
check it, management. Me
He
sure right,
scored.
man.
He
Me
scored.
sure right.
No.
He sure against St. Kitts. Me sure right. Check
in every 3 games he scores a goal.
Yes.
Yeah,
Check
it.
So watch this now. So you it's 3 games. It don't matter if it's his first, second, or the third one in every 3 games. So check it. The Mexico game is
It's all right. It's all right, man. It's all right. Yeah, man. Yeah, use a brain. That's okay.
All right, well,
it's not. Oh my God. Jeez, the money I use my brain.
Man, you're wrong like a song. A goal every 3 games doesn't mean a goal any random 3 games. It doesn't. Manins, a goal every 3 games is not the same as a goal any 3 games.
So, guys, nobody's wrong on this. No one is wrong on this. There's no wrong and right answer. There's no wrong and right answer. But Manins is being cute, but there's no wrong and right answer.
All right,
when I finish my point,
go ahead, Anthony.
Right?
Finish your point, yeah.
No, this is what I'm now going to change and say. I would carry Cephas over Burke. I don't care. Because a 2 attacking position or contribute to, them supposed to contribute towards the goal. Right? Burke now scored. But we want him to score. Him get a lot of, hold on, man. Him get a lot of chance to Jamaica over the years from top of Whitmore come right up in a, and him now add nothing to the team. That's my point.
Anthony is making a point, but Anthony's rationale for substantial position doesn't really do so. What Anthony should be saying is this, because I don't disagree with that perspective, which is this. Corey Burke has some good attributes. He works hard and he scored 1 in 3. That's great. Corey Burke doesn't have the holistic attributes you're looking for in a footballer. He doesn't go by defenders. He's not creative. He doesn't make a pass between the lines. He's moving off the ball. Is not wonderful. If you compare the players and their total attributes, you would say Cephas has more of those attributes running forward than Corey Burke does. Right? That's a fact. That's not even debatable. Here's my point, though. Would you guys scored from all the time, no one take beaten? Leon Bailey has not produced for Jamaica. Period. You guys can talk around in circles all you want, because Leon play in the Premier League, and I want Premier League players. No. You guys, what you guys do is in cataract, you guys skirt the fact. Go ahead.
All right. This is my final point before I leave. If you check from 1998, the style at which we play, defensive and try to get the 1 goal and this and that. 1998 is the only time we actually got through doing that. 2002 World Cup qualifying, we pack our back and we pack the midfield with hard-working, robust type of players. We failed. 2006, we did the same thing, we failed. 2010, we did the same thing and we failed. We doing the same thing.
You're not being right. We lost out on goal difference. We lost on goal difference.
Hold on. Because this is what I'm saying. Generally, we're not looking to score goals. We're looking to see if we can keep a team at bay. We're looking to see if we can keep a team at bay. And we're looking to see if we can sneak a 1 goal. But if you check it out, technology, hold on, man. Hold on. Technology in sport has gotten so advanced. Many teams can sit and study the Jamaican players, know the weaknesses and know how to exploit. There's a lot of issue with this. And if the reality not it.
The campaigns, the campaigns they're talking about. We failed to qualify because we don't concede too much goal because we have the full of them a score who be wingers with. We are talking about.
No.
2002 and 2006.
No.
What you talking about?
I shall return because I was checking it but you want me never write them down. I shall return, man. I shall return with the stats. Management, I shall return.
Okay, PJ Patterson.
Return because more show me. Look at the goal concession in 2002. Look at the goal concession in 2002. Look at that campaign in 2002 and 2006. And I will tell you, people with the Andy Williams in the Jamaican midfield, in the early part of them campaign with Jeremy and you, when people were saying that the team, all they want to do is go forward and nobody not defending, go back and check. Brother, all me ask you if you do is to go and check and then you return. All right.
Because I know you're wrong.
All right, boss, return. That is it.
So man, I think there's a one area that we have not addressed.
What area?
And that's before I even pose the question that I was posing to you. I believe that we are lacking a 20 goal a season clinical center forward that puts away not even the half chances, but just puts away the big chances. Which is why I was sort of excited for the inclusion of Johnson Clark Harris. But I know it is no fault of the JFF or the coach or anybody that go I interview. Right? But I really believe that is where a glaring area that we have not spoken about. I mean, we talk about the right back and we talk about the central midfield. And in asking about solutions, I'm going to put one on the table that might seem off the beaten path because it might prove easier than players think.
Will not be the first time.
Hold on. For an impact player before Nations League, I would put on my number one priority chart and commend it to you would be Cameron Archer of Aston Villa.
Is he a 20 goal a season striker?
When he was in the under 21s recently.
Okay.
When he was in the under 21s.
So Manisman, what Ketarek say, Manisman, is this. We don't have a forward that has all the attributes that we're looking for in a forward. It's not about goal scoring alone. If he comes on, score goals and can't run off the ball, can't beat a man, can't make a pass, we're going to still complain.
There you go. So I don't know what this man telling me.
We don't have a complete forward. We don't have a complete forward, but I'm sure some of the kids will get there eventually.
Here's the 2002 campaign. Here's the stats. 14 goals scored. So I don't know what they're telling me about. The Jamaican team that score some goal or create some heap of things. I don't know what wanna come tell me about. We never that defend. We don't concede too much goal. That's why we never got through. See the stats there.
So why are you fighting with a man who was disappeared?
No, man.
The man said he's coming back.
But yes. Let me.
But you have not addressed, and I commend it to you that is the player that should be at the top of our priority listing.
The goalkeeper coach for Jamaica always says this, Gumi. Now we are getting somewhere. Here's what has always been Jamaica's problem. Let's go back to 1998 if we want to do that. We never had a problem.
Sinclair Cargill.
We never had a problem creating opportunities. What we needed was a player who was going to score the opportunities created. I put it to you.
Very true.
I put it to you because we have always had good wingers, Garrett McCleary, Joby McAnuff. The struggle we have had is when those wingers and the midfielders do their job, who were the scorers we had who were clinical enough, like Unseen one in every game, to do that. All right?
Ryan Johnson.
Luton Shelton is probably the most prolific that we have seen outside of Dean Burton, if we are being honest. Luton Shelton. All right? Here's what happened. I believe in the Gold Cup, chances created coming to the Mexico game. If Jamaica, because this is the Gold Cup, it is sad enough. People think it's a big stat. It is sad.
Don't forget Marlon King, Don't forget Marlon King.
Remember when Marlon King came in, people say it was because finally we started seeing goals, because we were struggling to score goals, because we were creating. Coming into this Gold Cup, Jamaica, by the wing play, created opportunities. Here is what happened, people. We never scored them. Do you know that this is the most goal we have scored in a Gold Cup? 9. 9. Look at some of the players who have played for us as forwards and midfielders, and we never did. But have we created a lot of opportunities? If we had scored
9 goals, no, you're incorrect. We scored more than 9 goals. We whopped Trinidad 4. We gave St. Kitts 5. We scored 1 against USA and 1 against Guatemala. 11 goals, sir.
Yeah, 11 goals. Yeah, 11 goals.
But then again, you were not watching the match to watch goals. That's what you said.
No, fine. So here's what I'm saying. Fine. Thank you for the correction. I stand corrected. So what is my point? Most goals in the Gold Cup. Here's my point. The point is, we could have scored probably 6 more goals if we were finishing our chances. And I think that continues to be a problem that plagues a lot of Caribbean teams, including all Haiti, over the years. The teams, if you go back to the teams that normally qualify for World Cups, the USA team, the Mexican team with Blanca and this tall guy, the forward, oh my God, who came in and helped Mexico go to the World Cup before Jimenez, forgot his name. Used to give Jamaica a warm time. Tall guy, love the ball when Blanca and those guys were playing. You go back to the Clint Dempsey's. Whenever we find a
Carlos Zage.
I think Zage was his name. Here's the thing. When we find a striker who is going to score consistently, Bargetti, there is his name. Yes, sir. That is that player. Panama. Remember Panama? Panama had this guy scoring goals for them. The Honduras team had a player. Costa Rica had one chop on the Brian Reyes. You have to have somebody who's scoring almost every game. That's what Dean Burton did. I think it is beyond just midfield, but converting. Why do we need to fix the midfield? It's converting our opportunities. And I think that's one of the areas we need to look at. Who is going to score in every game that we play as a forward? Is one forward score for is one center forward score for the competition, you know? One, you know.
And Stan Kroenke has been saying that ad nauseum. But that is why I said to you that is an area that I would look at. And you said you wanted some solutions, and I'm saying that a full court press, we have at least 4 players from Birmingham who have deep roots in Birmingham. I think and he is also a teammate of Leon Bailey, that a full court offense should go into trying to have Cameron Archer secure his Jamaican citizenship and passport in time for the Gold Cup. Because of the strikers there, and somebody mentioned the name, I just wanted to make a correction. Carlton Morris, unfortunately, is not of Jamaican heritage, but of another Caribbean country. I'm not giving him enough free information to know the FA, but he's not of Jamaican. He's another.
So, what I don't want to happen is that if we are saying that you just said we need a 20
goal a season striker.
All right. So it's 20 goals.
And that's a striker who scores a goal every other game. That's what 20 goal a season means.
Here's what I'm asking you, though. Is a 20 goals...
20 goal a season.
Is a 20 goal a season striker in the championship going to come into CONCACAF and give us a goal every other game? That's just a question I'm asking.
I don't know. I can't promise. Promise you that.
Shouldn't we be looking for players who play in the Premier League who are scoring goals, even if it's who are scoring
goals? Not there. They're not there.
Okay, you're saying that Jamaica don't have anyone who is in the Premier League who scores consistently?
No, the other choice we don't. It's just not there. We have lots of right backs, but no CDMs and no strikers that are there. The one that we could have gotten, but it didn't work out, would have been Ivan Toney. That's why you hear me kept singing on Ivan Toney's name so much. But it's just past and gone. He's become Mr. 10 minutes. The other striker who we would have looked at, he has moved from the Premier League into the Championship from Everton, Ellis Sims. Let's see how he progresses there. But Johnson Clark Harris has scored more than 20 goals a season on more than one occasion. So he does have it in him. Reece Cleary.
Me and Danger. Big up yourself.
One is one.
Yes, sir.
Cataract, have to be careful the way I'm saying, because Colin Anderson scored 21 goals in a JPL.
Who?
Colin Anderson.
Ansi, I tell you this, Ansi, the conversation has moved on, Ansi, into higher level.
No,
sorry. But he put a little tweet a while ago. Man is put a little tweet a while ago and he run funny.
You are correct, Unseen. A 20-goal a season striker in a professional league. Because I know some strikers that scored 20 goals in the UE intercollegiate. Mm-hmm. Where you trying to say?
Stop it, man. Stop it.
Where you are trying to say?
Jamaica Premier League.
So can I say a couple of things? Can I say a couple of things? One is when I look across the spectrum of the Premier League and to some extent the Championship, I mean, I don't think Johnson Clark isn't Johnson Clark Harrison League One?
Well, he's in League One now. He was in the championship. The championship.
He scored 20 goals in the championship.
No, he scored. So the levels that I understand him to be is a 20-goal a season striker. The next thing that they look at is who gets into double digits, right? Because that's a goal every 4 games because it's a 40-game season, right? He got into double digits, but
so here's the difference, Catara.
No, in his defense, I'm gonna say this. Just let me make this statement, and I'll in his defense, he in the first half of the season in the championship, he was a fat kid. He was depressed. He lost all interest because Peterborough blocked a move to Leeds and blocked a move to Glasgow Rangers, and he just lost interest. The 10 goals he scored, 9 of them came in the second half of the season.
Here's what I want to ask you. You think he would be a better option up front than Mikel Antonio?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so here's
different kind of player.
Can I say a couple of words, please?
Just here's why I'm asking the question. If Mikel Antonio is more prolific than him, Mikel Antonio is in the Premier League and he has his difficulty scoring. Why do we believe that a player playing at a lower level in terms of the league that he's playing in would be able to come in and outperform Mikel Antonio? Cranky, go ahead. I'm just asking.
So a couple of things. One is, if you look at Ali Watkins and Tony, League One 20 plus, Championship 21 plus, Premier League, similar numbers, right? Johnson Clark Harris, a good goal scorer, haven't done that. Mikel Antonio doesn't have to play center forward. You hear me keep beating this whole perspective about versatility in players. Mikel played right back or wing back at one point in his career and can play a wing. He's not a prolific goal scorer, never has been, never will be. What he is hardworking, bustling, beat up defenders and can score occasionally. That's why they went and bought Inns and bought Camara from Italy, because he's not a prolific goal scorer. But he's a very good player. Doesn't mean he has to play in the middle of the park. He can play on the wing. He can even go play right back. We talk about right back, if you so choose. The point I'm trying to make is this. We're so pigeonholing players in today's football, which the football is changing to versatility. The football is changing. You know what? If you only can play one position, I don't want you in my team. If you're a goalkeeper and stop shopper, you can't play. If you're a right back and you're Tierney, you can't play my team because you can't go inside and play a 2 in the midfield. If you're a winger, you can't play center forward. I'm rethinking if you can play on my team. Why don't we think much more deductive about what those skill set the player have and attributes they have? Can they translate to another position? Because we can't find what we're looking for in the players we're seeing. One coach is being a little more inventive. Soccer is so stale and old. If they're in business, they would never be in business. Football is such a stale sport. And I think when Guardiola does things, he's so inventive and ingenious because football is static. They don't want to change anything. They had 3-man change for 2-person change, no change at one point in football. Then they went to 2 and went to 3, where basketball and American football does tons of changes. Because football is like a dinosaur sport. Okay. We as people need to understand this, which is this. If I'm going to have my football team, I want to get my best 11 players on the field. How do I do that? I fit my system. We don't think inventively. If we can't think about the fact that we can't find the midfielders, create some midfielders. The forward line is not a person. I'm sorry. What's that, man? The forward line is not a problem. We need midfielders and good ones. Run our game, creative, can make a pass, can make a tackle, can play both ways. Let's go find the midfielders or convert them to midfielders is what we need. We're, as management says, we're bringing in Nelson supposedly. Is that official now? I don't know. We have 4 already. Here's another thing, management. We had no competition for places in the offensive end of the field throughout the Gold Cup. No competition for places. If Nelson comes in, we have competition for place. We may want to play our 5-man. That means we have to get creative. Or somebody sit up on the pine.
Somebody was asking,
Right?
how did Mikel Antonio come and play a wing back? And I know you weren't serious.
Why can't he play? Then if you don't play right back, go sit on the bench. Because he played 5 games and didn't score a goal. I have no partiality when he played the Manning's man. Mikel Antonio is a centre forward.
Yeah,
he
but
played.
he offers more than just scoring goal.
Manning's man. He didn't test the keeper one time in 5 games. Manning's man. Mikel Antonio played about 350 plus minutes, and he didn't test the goalkeeper one time in Manning's man. That's a damning stat, you know.
You know that Mikel Antonio was the most fouled Jamaican.
Manning's man, we on foul business. Grealish had the most foul play. I don't rate Grealish that much. Grealish get fouled every game and scores 7 goals and 5 assists. And everybody run on the world, but Grealish had the best things in sliced bread.
Mr. Porter, is a player being consistently fouled by the opponent any indication of the player?
If he's been fouled by an opponent
consistently,
that means he's doing something good. He's working hard.
Devon.
Yes.
Blake that goal, Devon. If him let him some look a cheap goal, him a goalkeeper, him job to start the ball, going to the goal, Devon. His primary job, Devon, is to prevent goals from scoring. Mikel Antonio's primary job is to put the ball in the net. He didn't come close to doing that, Devon.
Yes, but okay. But what if he gets into those areas and they knocked him off the ball and fouled him and he gets a free kick?
Devon, you can't play 350 minutes and don't test the goalkeeper once in 350 minutes, Devon. That's impossible. Even you can test the keeper, Devon. You know you probably can test the keeper. Man, not test the keeper once in 350 minutes, Devon. For a whole tournament, you know, test the keeper once.
All right, so Cranky.
When I talk about scoring, you know, test the keeper one time.
Yeah, but Cranky, 2 things. You can't be saying
even against Trinidad and against St. Kitts, who anybody can score, including Manning's man. And you test the keeper once. Come on.
No, what I'm saying though is that the truth is Mikel Antonio was also involved in a lot of the players that created the goals. Because he had to be doing, like you said, the midfield, the lack of creativity in the midfield caused him to be coming deep and wide.
Yes, I've seen that. Yes.
So Manning's man and Devon. You know, we have selective criticism. That's what we do really well. No, Manning's man. We have selective criticism. We can beat Corey Burke. We can beat Paris. But we don't want to beat Bailey. We don't want to beat Antonio. We don't want to beat the player them who have pedigree. Because we're afraid to beat them, cannot get beaten. We only have to beat the player them who easily beat. The one who easily beat, and then we beat.
Here's the thing.
Well, you never ask them, the bad part and game at the World Cup. You will lay out the bad part and them will lay out the positive. Which, when I say ask Manning's man now, the bad part them about him game, you ask him.
Manning's man and Devon, I like Mikel Antonio as a player now. I've been watching Mikel Antonio for a long time before he even reached West Ham. Like him as a player, he doesn't score enough, which is a frank thing to talk about. Hard worker, go down the lane, beat up defenders, good in the air. But you cannot play in the I keep saying this guy's 101 times. You can't come to CONCACAF as a big forward and produce. If Balogun play for the US, Manning's man.
No, you're talking about in the World Cup because remember in the qualifiers, Antonio scored some very important goals in the games that he played.
He scored some great goals. He didn't score a lot of goals.
But did he play
scored some great goals?
He came back. No, in the games that he came back in the last set of games, he scored it in almost every one.
Manning's man, here's the narrative you guys are spreading, which is we need to. Here's one thing: we gotta put this team together. They're not used to each other. What are you talking about? Javane Brown, Lambakizi, Blake, Lowe, Pinnock, Amari Bell, Antonio. Dexter Daps, or Bobby Reed, I don't call him. DJ, Bailey, all these players have played together quite a bit now. Well, nobody always think about a 2-1 game. They play in the World Cup qualifiers and they play 5 games in the Gold Cup. How much game they need to get? 50?
Hold on, somebody saying them trying to call. Where's the phone? Let me find the phone. Sorry, Drinks. Let me see if we can find the phone. Hold on. Go ahead. You guys go ahead. Let me find the phone.
No, the point I'm making is that we need to stop making excuses. I don't want to beat people. We're pointing out things which are positive. We're pointing out things which need to improve, right? But I don't like how you guys are selective in who you criticize and who you don't criticize, or who you think should be improving or who should not be improving. We can't have selective memory or partiality in our assessment of our team, or coaches, or managers, or players. You have to be fair in life when you do things. I don't think we're being fair when we assess our players and our coach and our managers. Local coaches probably get beaten more than overseas coaches. And local players sometimes, because sometimes don't have the right ability, get more criticized than players who may not be of local heritage. Or if they have certain pedigree, we don't want to criticize them. That's not a fair way to assess people. And it's not a fair process. We got to be fair about how we do this. Now, I'll say this. I am very optimistic about the direction of travel. I am very optimistic about where we're going as a country, as a footballing nation, because we have more players locally getting contract overseas. We have more players playing overseas whose games are improving, who wants to play for the national team. We have more young players playing in England now than ever with great pedigree, who's thinking about Jamaica as an option versus England. Not because I can't get into the England team, but saying Jamaica is a viable option I want to play for, because when I go to Jamaica, I feel part of a community versus in England where I'm ostracized a lot of times. We should all support this, and we should be reaching out to these players in any avenue media forum we can have to tell them they can be part of the program. Even if they can't make the national team, we should try to be inclusive, not exclusive, or not in a condition where we're saying, you know what, we don't want to be part of the program. If we are fair, people will respect our opinion more than when we are partial and subjective about how we think about things. And I get frustrated sometimes listening to some of you guys talking, because especially Cataract nowadays. I don't know what happened to Cataract. I love that you're improving Cataract in how you manage what you say and how you say it. You're making progress, but you're still selective, Cataract. Still selective.
But I love money. Yeah, for me. Let me say this. Answer this.
Cataract.
We have a caller?
Here's a call, Cataract.
Yeah. Go ahead. Oh, because we have some people are calling. They were calling and they're not getting through. So
Fresh got to say I'm a hypocrite because I'm partial. Because he doesn't think I criticize Ravel Morrissey enough. I criticize Ravel, but I'm not trying to beat Ravel. When Ravel plays well, I call him out. I give him kudos. When he doesn't play well, I call him out. I don't think I'm partial when it comes to players.
Yeah, let me just take a couple of calls. People, you have 5 minutes because we need to wrap up soon. And a lot of people are calling and the phone was elsewhere. So let's go first with Dwight. Dwight, welcome to the show.
Why I say Marlins, man, we didn't get the link up, but good work that you did at the Gold Cup.
Yeah, man. Thank you.
The good retrospective we're doing analysis. The key that we have to remember is going forward. So we might have a Gold Cup, or we should have a Gold Cup in 2025 that we qualify for. But our bigger issue will be the Nation League and the World Cup qualifiers, because it will not be CONCACAF handling the travel. It will be the JFF. That is number one. Number two, Paul Grimson seems to be building a squad, a collective team. And right now he had 22, might need to add another 9, 10 or next to build a more complete squad. But this Jamaica team will probably not have that 8, 9 double-digit goal score in the qualifier. We might have 6, 7 players that score 5, 6 goals. And Jamaica's football needs to mature and understand we can survive and do well without that one big striker. We can get goals from different places, and it's good. Because to tell you the truth, Antonio's not going to get it. Shamar Nicholson not give it. Burke, and even if, let's say, Whisper come around, we don't need them to score double-digit goals. What we need everybody to do is chip and pay their role. In regards to Antonio, in my opinion, Mikel Antonio didn't score goals because he was a professional and was playing defense, running back, chasing down in the midfield, everything. He wasn't up there just cooling and jogging and doing a high press and everything. The man was coming back for every corner kick. If anybody can give me an example of a center forward that comes back for his team for every corner kick and still scores double-digit goal, let me know who that is. But I don't think it really exists out there right now. That's my take on things. Man, outstanding work with the Gold Cup, though.
Yeah, man. Thank you. All right. Yeah, man. All right. Ketarak, I'm going to let you respond, and then 1, 2, Soldier, no easy, you know. Soldier called 21 times. What a mercy. Ketarak, go on, let me call Soldier.
Is that one for each child? What question am I responding to? I didn't hear a question.
No, you were going to say something before I
Oh no, I was going to say that there are different kinds of center forwards. And I just wanted your take, Cronky, on Cameron Archer, if you're aware of the striker, and whether you think that he could be an immediate impact player. Because I believe man is right. Over the years, we miss a higher than allowed percentage of chances for international football.
Yeah.
And, we're looking for that clinical striker. I look at young Keon Edwards. Yeah.
I'm not saying that Archer is not good, but for me, he's too short.
But isn't he a different kind of striker than the ones that we seem to have gone for?
Listen, we have good people who can cross the ball inside the box. We need somebody who is rounded.
I disagree with you.
We need a striker that's rounded. Can head the ball well. Can play with his back to goal. Can play with his feet. Can run off defenders. 1v1. We need strikers like that.
So Devon, I'm saying he is not a hold-up player. Doesn't play with his back towards the goal. He's more of a hold on a moment, Devon. He's more of a Michael Owen kind of striker, where they are clinical inside the box, latch on to half chances, and put them in the back of the net. So you are correct in that he's not going to hold up play. But we have three other strikers. We went there with three strikers who could hold up play.
Who does the same thing like him?
No, Antonio, Shamar, and Burke are all big strikers who hold up the ball well enough, right? I'm saying, if you don't think that having a striker that gives a different look to try and unlock a game when breaking down the door doesn't work, somebody who can pick the lock. That would be my question to you. And I don't agree with you about the crossing, because I don't see
what
good
about the
crossing
other
coming into
part
the
of
box.
his game? That's what I am saying. What about the other part of his game? Yes, you can play him a true ball through the middle and he can chase it down and score.
All right.
What about when you have... Go ahead, man.
Sorry, we have a caller. Soldier has been online. Soldier, you have 5 minutes and it begins now, and then we're going to come back to Mr. Porter. And I'm going to show the heat map for Demarai Gray to dispel the whole idea that he was getting the ball mostly in the defensive area. I have the heat map from SofaScore, but go ahead. Go ahead, Soldier. Yes, 5 minutes begins now.
Yeah, man. Congrats, Mannings, man, for your work with you and everything, because and so forth. But me still say, I think Daniel Green should be in this squad. Don't matter no man tell me, because I know him do better a lot of who there. He would score. But for Anthony, what I'm going to tell Cranky, Anthony is this type of striker. You have to feed him, and him do more work than the man them in the midfield, because he playing everywhere, making cross and so forth. I give him. But Bailey need to do more. He not do much when I play for Jamaica. I see and seen that. And I tell you, he need to do more. And quite a few of them. But me understand Cranky says that striker is to score. But man, I hear you make a very good point. People calling for these young players, and we're saying they need to have young players. What we need for 2026, we need ready-made players who already will do it, can carry it into World Cup. Because that's what they are the coach for. These young players have to rebuild, because they're rebuild from 1998 and still a rebuild. So that have to cut out for 2026. They have to just get man who are going to get the job done, like our Marino style, come for win and win only at this time. Now, and the time for rebuild. For 2020-30, yes, we can rebuild, but on a rebuild time now. And the other thing, as me say, I hear you say yesterday, for the first time the team go and no incident and wishes good, if you know, say the player they enjoy themselves and nobody saying this and that. And congrats to you for that. And the rest of that team, them out there, because you couldn't do it by yourself. About your difference, your presence make a difference. But and Cataract, there's a lot of guys. Last night I was talking to Mason Green, and he was said to me that I'm the only one from Jamaica who contact him and start telling him about Jamaica. Nobody else had ever contact him or say this and that. That's what the guy said. So me just said, okay, from me you want me to somebody else to contact you and say it to you. So that's the only thing we say, man. The guy say, and the only one say, and that man can be a 20-goal striker a season if he play as much, if he get a chance to play as much for Manchester United this season. And remember me tell you that, become that good. Become better than all of the striker who we have.
But Soji, it's good that you spoke to him, but Mason Greenwood's primary position is a striker. It's not a striker, sorry, it's a winger at Manchester United.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but
he would.
Cristiano Ronaldo is not a striker. Cristiano Ronaldo is a winger.
Yes,
and his goal. Remember that.
No, I'm not saying no. I'm not no, Soji. I'm not fight with you, Soji. I said to you that if you're getting the goals from your winger, that is in addition. But we need a striker who in the number 9 shirt who is playing in that central striking role, who is going to give us his fair share of goals. That's all I'm saying. But I argue you. Right now. If we win the lottery, we send a private jet for Mason Greenwood and bring him come to Jamaica, come get him passport.
Yeah.
You are right. He's a difference maker.
Yeah, but man, there's a youth, you might know him, come from St. Ann, he live in Canada, Rich, they call him Rich Kid, he used to go Marcus. You might know him.
No.
He have a son. Him have a son that's, he could play for Canada. And Liverpool by him. Liverpool by him, and he's in Liverpool now. He live in Canada, and he still don't make him play for Canada. But he's at Liverpool right now, and I'm telling you, he's a young kid. He's about 17, 18, because Liverpool by them to them academy. So, and Canada, he could play him under system, but he do not want him. But he just want him to stay at Liverpool and develop. That's when he come to Jamaica, I know it's the right time. Because that's where more make him doing.
Okay.
I don't know if you know. Yeah, that's where more make him do, because I was at Jackson, 4 days ago, and was talking about it, and he must say he might make him stay and go and develop in Liverpool.
Okay.
And so forth. So you might know more about it still.
When Carlton Lovelace Jr.
No. I'm a Carlton Lovelace Jr., man. You know, the man's son.
So, Soji, what is your opinion on Cameron Archer?
All right, Soji.
I would love to hear your take.
Cataract. Yeah, cataract. God have mercy, cataract. You can't do me that. Me give Soji 5 minutes. In Gans 8. I asked Soji question.
All right. Go on now. Let me come up and make go get that person.
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Yeah. All right. Cataract, you can't do me that. Cataract, you have trouble, man. You see me, I try to run the show fast, and because this person have been calling. So let me just take the call on Cataract. All right with you.
People we get 21 minutes for the 21 pick them.
Hey, welcome. Drinks.
Hello.
Drinks. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show. Sorry about that. The phone was elsewhere, so I just realized. Yeah, man.
No problem, Mannings, man. No problem. A long time, you know.
Yeah,
Mannings, you used to work at IRFM, right?
We used to be at Irie, on the what's the score? We used to, yeah.
Yeah. What's the name of that guy who used to have the show every Monday night?
Robert Williams. And Evan Hewitt.
Robert Williams.
Yeah, man.
What Jesus Christ, man. I tell you, back in the day, I never missed them the show there.
It's still going on.
Anyways. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Every Monday night, 9 to 11.
Okay. Yeah, man. I remember from them days, man. Anyways. I kind of sometimes can't understand people on how them analyze football.
and how them come to draw them conclusion and stuff. When you look on it, after watching the the first round at the Gold Cup, I felt that Jamaica was probably I don't know the third or fourth best team in the competition. Now, individually have quality players, probably the best individual people to make up a team. But chemistry and all of these things don't come together yet. I don't see where they're actually playing as a team. It just more look to me like individual footballers you put on a field together, right? And I think we have to give that time to come true. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely.
This quick fix that everybody want, it's not gonna work. Everybody's acting like when Jamaica go up on the field and we're not playing other professionals, right? We're playing people who have system, who they're playing in a system for a long time. They're very technical. They're good, very technically competent, right? And we just believe we must just go and muscle our way through, right? Just putting a team together, calling up a bunch of England rejects, as I call them.
No, you don't
and
say Carla.
that should be enough.
Carla, how do you tie to people as that though? Because I have a problem.
No,
let me tell you why I have a problem with that label. All right, because I know persons right here. Me, Jason, Cranky, other persons here who have kids who are born in other countries. All right.
Yeah.
No.
Like myself.
Like yourself. If your child choose to play for Jamaica, does that constitute your child being rejected by the USA, or they choose to do track and field? Why do you call them reject?
All right, so let me try and qualify it.
Because remember,
so
sorry,
where
let me
I'm
say this.
coming from.
Let me just add one thing to this. Mikel Antonio, first option was to play for Jamaica. Did you know that? And when they went to look at him, he said that he was very poor on that day. So, but go ahead, let me hear you.
I don't know, because I've not been following football keenly in the last probably 5 years like I used to. All right, I'm somebody who used to follow it, like I live it, eat it, breathe it. But let's go back to it now. No, this is how I believe this thing is supposed. Because I am very disappointed with where Jamaica football is since 1998. I don't think we should be going out every day trying to recruit people. If there are people who's qualified to play for Jamaica and express an interest in playing for Jamaica, then we can consider them. But this whole thing where we're going hunting down people who never make whatever respective national teams that they try to make, and so by virtue of that, them available for Jamaica, I don't think it's a good look. I don't think it's helping Jamaica's football in a substantial way. I think we ought to be focused on looking at how we can developing players in Jamaica that will eventually matriculate and play for our national team.
So let me help you with a couple of things, because I'm bearing with you because you said that you have not been following football. So let me help you with a couple of
things. No, not that I've not been following football, but not as keenly as I was. I mean, I'm somebody who used to do all that training session them and everything. Match no miss me.
So let me help you with a lot of a few things.
Right.
Would you agree with me if I say to you, people in the diaspora should never send back money to Jamaica because they should give their money where they are? And people who live outside of Jamaica should not in any way support or contribute to anything in Jamaica. They need to stick to where they are and give all their resources there and leave Jamaica as it is.
I mean, you would have to kind of qualify that. Why would you say that? I mean, and on a general basis, I wouldn't say that.
All right. So in a general basis, let's look at it in a more specific thing, right? If Mikel Antonio sent back £10,000 to help with local football, should Jamaica receive it?
Thank you, and we're very grateful.
All right. So if you'd receive his money, why shouldn't he then be received as a person to play for the nation?
Hold on. I think what you're missing, what you're missing from my point is this. I have no problem with anybody anywhere who is qualified to play for Jamaica, express an interest to play, reach out through whatever medium and say, hey, I want to play. What I hear, especially from the YouTube community, right, are the bloggers, so to speak, is this whole idea of we need to go get this player, we need to go get that player, we need to go cheat. And I'm saying, then what happened to the little youth them in a Jamaican environment who try and make it professional?
But they do speak about them.
At that rate, they'll never become better than these people who we hunt and try to recruit.
We do speak about them. Unseen just mentioned Ronaldo Cephas. People are speaking
Cataract just mentioned Malachi Douglas.
I'm saying, if you guys, so hear me. If you guys have your way with your recruiting, where's the space for Cephas? It sounds to me like what some of you guys want is to put a team in England who just dare recruiting players for Jamaica.
No, but what?
Management, can I ask
yes,
the caller a question?
we do want that caller. We do want that.
Yes, actually.
Management, can I ask the caller a question?
All right.
Yes, sir.
Caller, do you listen to any podcast in the United States of America regarding football?
Various.
Okay.
Not specifically.
Okay, all right. Don't they do the same thing?
I mean, as far as I know, the United States has always have this history of recruiting and buying players.
I rest my case. I rest my case, caller.
They have that history.
All right, so caller, let me
hold on. So you have people in Saudi Arabia who put on bomb and because them all get 70 virgin. What, Jamaicans should do the same thing?
No.
That's a myth. That's a myth, caller. That's different.
Manins.
Hold on. Slow down. So caller, let's bring it.
Yes, sir.
The present national team. Let's look at that. All right.
Somebody's mic is open, Manins. They hear a background.
I think it's cranky. All right.
No, it's not cranky. Cranky's on mute.
All right. There we go. I just muted cranky. All right. So the present national team has players who started their career in Jamaica and moved outside of Jamaica. So
Leon Bailey.
Not Leon Bailey alone. Andre Blake, Javian Brown,
yes,
Shamar Nicholson,
yes,
Corey Burke, all right, Kevin Lambert,
Kevin Lambert,
right? All right. So the argument,
Taxi Lawrence.
The argument that you're making is that if we want to send a group of people to England to recruit, I think it is totally okay if Jamaicans live in the United States of America, that we have people there who know who they are, so that if they want to represent Jamaica, they have the same opportunity as the youth who is born in Arnett Gardens and still live there to play. I don't think we should at any point create any sporting team that disenfranchise any Jamaican who desires to play from Jamaica, regardless of where they are born, raised, or developed. Very important.
Respect and can I tell you, I agree with you 100%. No, sorry, about 98% or 99%. sorry. So I am not saying necessarily disenfranchise people to say, well, then you were born in Jamaica, you never played in Jamaica.
But if you're calling
not.
Them,
what I'm saying is this: is this wholesale
but that is
drive that we're seemingly on?
But that is disenfranchising.
To just go and recruit. No. Hold on. This seemingly drive that we're on to recruit endless players to fill all the position because in our quote unquote mind we feel like these people are better.
So
all right?
Isn't that
they are better.
Because
they are better. Not in our minds, but in the minds of
can I put in 2 cents? Can I
in
get
the
2 cents?
minds of
Carla, let me
professional.
ask you a question.
In the
Let me ask you, Carla, another
hold on,
question.
Devon. In the minds of professional
I'm not gonna argue the
coaches
semantics. That's a mute
at
point whether they're better or not.
CPL, at top league clubs, they think those players are better.
All right, Cranky,
That's a moot point.
All right,
We can debate that always.
Drinks. Cranky has something to say. Let me just, sorry to interrupt you, but let me just let Cranky, because he has something to say, and then I'll let it come back to you. All right, because
But one quick point.
Okay.
Mannings, you supposed to know this now. You've been in football a long time.
Yeah.
It's not the first time we've been having this debate. You know. I remember one time, I don't remember if the JFF had adopted, but there was some serious talks about some people were putting forward this whole idea of us not recruiting from overseas, but allow people, if they express an interest, then we try and accommodate them. We consider them. But for the federation to stop recruiting people, you don't know if you remember that argument.
No. I don't remember it. What I am saying to a caller is
So,
that.
management, can I ask the caller one question?
Mr. Porter, because
it's gonna be short. It's gonna be short.
Mr. Porter, whether it go short or long, Cranky had a question before. So
Okay,
I'm going to let him ask the question in the company. Let's
okay.
So Carla, I am actually very
Antonio.
Yeah, man, go ahead. Yeah, but go ahead, Cranky, and then Mr. Porter, then I'll come back to you, Carla. Go ahead.
Carla, I am very tired. The argument is so old. I love people with different perspectives, Carla. But at some point, come on, guys, we have to stop. It's old, it's archaic, it makes absolutely no sense. People in life love to be around excellence. You have to know something, Carla? Even people who don't like you, if you're excellent, may tolerate you. People want to win, Carla. They want to achieve. They don't want to come second and third and fourth. And the only reason why they go recruit people from any part of the world, if the NBA go recruit people, teams go recruit people, if the NFL go play overseas because they want to generate more money.
Jesus Christ.
Carla, listen. Carla, I'm trying to get to him. Listen what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You have a very parochial view of life, which needs to change. That's why we don't go anywhere as a people.
Excuse me?
Excuse me? You have a very parochial view of life.
Hold on, but you get
You spoke and I listened to you, right?
Yeah.
If you spoke and I listened to you, right? You had your say, right? Did you have your say? It's a democracy. Did you have your say? Yes or no? Did you have your say and your time? Did you? I can't hear you, caller.
Wait name, Cranky. I'm not even going to go down the disrespect. I mean, I never disrespect you and you come about me.
But you're cutting off. You cut me off and having my say.
That's a mute point.
You had your say, caller. You had your say. I'm having my say.
But
that's a mute point.
Carla, but here's the thing now, Drinks. You said, right? You said you call the players English
rejects.
English rejects. Yes,
rejects.
Hold on. That's what you call people. So, hold on. These are persons you're referring to. You said that they are speaking specifically to the persons. Now, Cranky says your views, which is not you, but he believes your views are parochial, and you take offense to that. And you don't have a challenge calling people English rejects.
I mean, hold on. Mannings, this term English rejects is the first you're hearing it?
And I disagree with it.
So people use the N-word. We hear the N-word all the time, caller. Management, I gotta run. Management, I'm gonna run. At some point in life, management, I'm out. Management, enjoy the rest of the day. I'm out.
All right, Cranky.
Yeah.
No, but Mannings, with due respect, I think the whole of it needs to leave this thing, brother. It's at some point it have to stop, Dan. Respect your pastor, respect your forum, but we can't just hear and endorse them something, the brethren.
No,
man reach all of Islam and bomb and them something there. And the name calling of England reject. But I'm gonna say this, and then I depart. If you put something in perfect English with good grammar, I still don't say dunce. Don't care how you put it. And it is xenophobic, and it has held our football and our people back, man. And at some point, somebody have to draw a line. I'm going to join Cranky in protest and remove myself from the cast as long as the caller is allowed to expose such disparaging views about my fellow Jamaicans.
All right,
See you tomorrow.
Just listening to Cataract,
yeah.
I understand completely, and I'll agree to a large extent with what Cataract is saying. But I only use the term. I've been familiar with it in Jamaica's football for a long time. This has been there, but I mean, if we're saying we need to draw a line on that terminology, I mean, I wouldn't object to it. And I can see where it's disparaging. I can.
Will you retract it? Because will you retract the statement? Because
100%, 100%. But all I'm saying is, as a fan of the Reggae Boys and following football from year to year, I mean, I was sitting in the National Stadium when Jamaica qualified for the World Cup. I have been following Jamaica's football very keenly for many years till I got fed up and stopped. Right? This term has been around Jamaican football for a long time. And I use it.
But Carla, there are a lot of terms, like, the N-word has been around, and it don't mean that it is right. That's what I wanted to get, because you're saying that.
And I agree.
Are you justifying the use of the term?
No. I agree. As I said, I just use it as the kind of terminology we use, because that has been used for many years. When we talk about players who never really did get through for England or wherever they try to play, and then when they don't get through, they say, all right, I want to play for Jamaica. You know what I mean? And so that terminology, that phrase has been there using for a long time. I've never really heard this level of objection to it.
No,
but Carla, from listening to you, you sound like a very intelligent person. That's a layman's term. And I'm pretty much sure that, in any forum, it is not good, just like the N-word, to use those words. And I think you should refrain from doing it because it's not good. The next thing I'm going to say, yeah, because I know you're an intelligent man. I know that. The next thing I'm going to say, would you prefer if the players pick up their phones and call the Jamaica Football Federation instead of people going out and scouting players for Jamaica? Would you prefer that?
And that's the point I'm making. That's exactly the point I'm making.
And here's what I'm going to tell you. It's not going to happen.
Just quickly on the first point. Let
him wrap. I'll say, Carla, I'll say this. I'm very tolerant, right? Because people have their different views, and I want to show respect.
I realize that.
And I will say that in other forums, you probably there would have been expletives used in the comment section, but I think because of my personality, that is not. Because the truth is, one of the things that we have purported on these platforms is to dismiss that idea. And because I have worked assiduously to help to change that narrative, and I've done that because I've interacted with many players, and I'm telling you, I will say this from my interactions, there are many persons who live outside of Jamaica who I believe that they have a greater heart and desire for Jamaica than people who live and are born and raised inside of Jamaica. All right? That's important. Now, because I've been also involved in the process, I can say to you that a lot of these players that you see coming to Jamaica, probably those you think at an older age, is not that they did not want to play for Jamaica. Some of them were never approached. Remember, you don't live here. You don't just get up and believe you can come here. There has to be some sort of interaction from the place that desire you to be there. because you have to feel welcome. So we have to see it that way. And at the end of the day, like, there are Jamaicans living in Japan, and they may want to represent Jamaica. They are feeling like how you have quoted it, or what you have said earlier, that if I go to Jamaica, they will not welcome me. They will not accept me. And that is why having forums like these to make them feel like, listen, you are Jamaicans. We welcome you. We want you here. Encourages them, because people don't just want to believe. They want to feel a sense of belonging. And they can give that to themselves. We have to do that. That is why the scouting and the recruiting and all of those things are important. They are important. But go ahead.
I think my point is being missed somewhat.
Okay.
Because I am not saying we're not supposed to welcome them and treat them as our own and love them, because they're our own, and cheer for them just the same. That's not what I'm saying. The thing I have a problem with is every issue we identify in our teams, we keep talking about we need to go and recruit players and bring in to replace this player and bring in to replace that. And it's like we're on this never-ending cycle of going out and recruiting players. And I'm saying, I believe at this stage, after we went to the World Cup and thing, one of the things we should have been focused on after the World Cup was, and to some degree it is happening, because that era of it has improved, but I think there's much more room for improvement, is how well we can develop players in Jamaica sufficiently.
But that has nothing to do with your national team, though. That is what I'm trying to get people to understand, that the need to develop players in Jamaica has little to do with your national team. Because you're not.
But then these players, Mannings, would be available.
No. The ultimate purpose of Cavaliers, of Reno, of Wadada, of Seba, developing a player to their full potential is not for the national team. It's so that the club that they represent can earn income by their sale. A part of that is the national team benefiting. The national senior team must get the best developed players wherever they are to play and win competition and tournament, increase the ranking and all of those things. Because development don't start at a national program. That's where it really climaxes. Development starts at the grassroots level. And the national senior team is not responsible for that. So we have to separate the issues. And I think that is where the confusion is with the football.
I mean, the national team is not responsible, but I think the JFF is responsible to create the atmosphere, right? For that to happen.
So now what you need to do is that where we can agree is that part of the mandate of the JFF is to develop football at the grassroots levels, right? But that must be seen as a step.
So Mannings, why are we making this argument about the national team? We understand the national team is the pinnacle of things. We understand, all right?
But because we always call it, because we every time we talk about the national team, we try to marry it with development, and we have to separate.
Mannings, I understand that too well.
Okay.
I understand that too well. All right. No, one other little point that this debate about Antonio, I was listening. All right.
So Drinks, are you committed to, like, you have retracted the whole? I want you to repeat the name. And you will
100%.
Going ahead, you will not use that term.
No, sir. I'll try my best to. The truth is, no, Mannings. The truth.
Thank you very much, Carla. Thank you.
That's what I'm saying. I'll try my endeavor best to, sir.
Okay.
But the truth is, I have never in any forum heard a pushback on that. I mean, as I say,
no, man.
I'm saying me.
Oh, especially.
No. I'm saying me. No, remember, I don't catch your program all the time, but when I can and I have the time, I'll listen. But I've never really heard that kind of pushback in all of my time. Remember, I'm somebody who been close to Jamaican football, like hang out with the players them sometime, all kind of stuff. Know people personally who play. All right. So I've never really heard.
Okay.
But what I'm saying, just listening to you guys and some of the points, especially from Katarak was the one who really convinced me on that I retract it completely. And just thinking about it, perhaps I shouldn't have used this in this public forum.
And I'm glad that you
but
have.
I'll totally retract it. Retract it.
Yeah, and the fans are saying you owe the players, the Mikel Antonios, the Bobby Reed, these guys an apology.
And I'll do that too. I mean, my sincerest apologies to anyone who felt offended. I was offended by my utterances.
Yeah, man,
my sincerest apologies. However, I still maintain though my stance about us on this massive recruitment drive. I think I want to see us more focused on Jamaica's development, developing footballers and developing them correctly.
You see what I'm telling you?
No. What I'm saying, I reject the term completely, but I'll still like to see, systems at various levels, at the divisional levels and the parish levels and what have you, have sufficient system in place to develop the footballers properly.
But what I'm saying,
better, so they can.
All right, again, let's separate two things. Development and recruitment are two different things. Because development is at the grassroots level. What we are suggesting is that at the senior level, we need to recruit the best players. And listen, because and here's what I'm saying. Because you just said that I think you have kids in the States. If say your son were at
yes, sir.
Manchester United, I would not want him to feel like he doesn't have a chance. He's the best talent for Jamaica, and he's not going to play because there is a need for development of Jamaica's football. The senior team, therefore, for the purpose of development, they are going to exclude your son. I think that inherently something is wrong with that kind of
again in the Mannings.
Yeah.
Probably I'm not doing a good job explaining what I'm explaining. What I'm saying is we have a country, we have all kind of leagues, we have clubs, we have this, we have that. All right. What I'm saying is we need to, in Jamaica, have system and a proper development of the players, right? So we don't get to, when a player finally go to national level, and they're not fitting the bill because they weren't developed properly or whatever. The solution is we need to go search to get the player. We want them to develop where they can compete with those play and stay in the team. Okay. Understand? That's just kind of what I'm saying. Now, this point, Antonio and the strikers we have. I mean, I think I kind of like Antonio a lot as a striker. Good attributes. Pretty much like what Cranky was saying, I agree to a large extent. But I think the system in which we're doesn't necessarily suit him well. Yeah, if you follow what I'm saying. So if we go back and look, let's say take a Dean Burn, for instance, all right, and a Paul Hall. If I'm to compare Antonio with any of those two players, I'll see him more like as the Paul Hall, right? He's that workhorse, he's very fit, he's giving everything he got up in that final third. He may not be the most prolific goal scorer, but he's doing a well-needed job. But in that system that we played with Paul Hall, we had a Dean Burton who was very slippery, very hard to mark, right? To work to varying degrees. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Under that system, but here, this system, I don't think Antonio is the kind of player who is that slippery like a Dean Burton. I think he's kind of easy to mark, somewhat slow. And that kind of slowed him down in terms of getting goals. You know, he's not like a Holland who gets away easy. He's a little bit more easier to mark. So I think it's just a matter of the system why probably we don't see the best out of him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. All right.
I don't know if he necessarily complements the system that this coach seemed to be trying to play.
All right. So, caller, this is you're on for 31 minutes, but it was
a blistering one.
So I'm going to because we need to end the show.
High drama, huh?
Well, when you go in the comment section, you'll see what is happening. I don't know. You need to go to the comment section.
Mannings.
Yes, sir.
Mannings.
Yes,
me not really get flustered at people comments on the one, so you know. I'm not really follow majority. Because majority crucify Christ same way. So
all right, check out the comment section. All right, big up drinks.
Yeah, man. Blessings,
right.
Major.
Blessings, yeah, man. All right, so let me say this, people. I believe the trio of forwards we have, which is Leon Bailey, Demari Gray, Mikel Antonio, are a better grouping of center of attacking players than those we had in the 1998 campaign with Paul Hall, Dean Burton, and Walter Boyd. I think, right? I believe that. I believe that those we have as replacements with Shamar Nicholson and the Paris and those guys are also high quality. All right. So I as much as Dean Burton scored more goals, I personally believe that Mikel Antonio is a better overall player than Dean Burton. I think Gray is ahead of Paul Hall for me, and these guys contributed a lot. But in football, for me, I think we need to look at opponents as well. I know we believe, and this is something that I'm learning, is that we believe that because we have certain players, then we are supposed to get certain results. And we pay little attention to our opponent. Right? And I think we need to start doing that. We need to look at who we're playing because we think that some of the teams are not up to the standard of especially our forwards. When you think about our forwards, we just think they should dominate. All right? And that's not it, right? At all. So at the caller was talking about the Dean Burton, Mikel Antonio. I don't think you can do that. I don't think you can look at it that way because the football has changed and stuff. All right. Let me just say, people, right? And as we come to the end of the show, is sometimes the truth is we have to have conversations to change dialogue. You see, if everybody who come up with these things, we say, go from yes and don't, it's just going to be hard elsewhere. What we need to have is conversation where we can break down things and help them. We have to take time to educate. No, that connector, that I was not making the comparison in there. You see, now that connector, the caller was talking about the Dean Burton and Mikel Antonio about those are slippery. You cannot look at it that way. So I'm just saying, I believe that these groupings is a better grouping. That's what I'm saying. Cranky says we have many more people now with better quality who want to represent the country and should be afforded the opportunity to do so ever. All right. Yeah. Yeah. So I want to encourage the unseen. I want to encourage all of us. Like when these things come up, have a conversation, because how are you going to change people's views, how they posture themselves if you don't talk with them? So we must do that. All right. Yeah. Yeah, like exactly, brain drain. We're trying to change mindset and culture, so we have to have conversations. But because if you start cuss and tell man and disrespect and everybody, nothing is going to be solved. You understand me? Catara, big up yourself. Unseen, what do you say in closing? And then, because this has been long old podcast.
This is almost 5 hours. But man is my right, you know. We have to give them a chance to talk and have a conversation. That's reason with them and see if they can, you know, try to change their mindset. You may not change everybody, but at the end of the day, you might hit some points that, you know, will let them think about what they're really saying. Like what same with the caller. You know, you really think about it when time Cataract talk and him kind of, you know, change. May not sound sincerely, but you know, him kind of think about it, you know. So him really disrespect the players and, you know, some people. But man is man, there's a lot of positive going forward with the Jamaica team. There's a lot of positive with the Jamaica team going
stop
forward.
Read the comment them and talk them, man, and stop read comment, man. You always read the comment them. You follow up big deal and I read the comment. Just finish up what you're saying quickly so we can end the show, man. Sure.
Yes, there's a lot of positive, and we're going to give it the coach, you know, the props going forward. You know, there's some little things you need to fix in terms of, you know, plan B going forward when we are down in the games and stuff like that, and some of the mistakes that he makes. But in my opinion, and think, but good going, Coach Algrimson. In the competitive game, you have a better ratio than losing in the competitive games going forward.
Yeah, all right. Mr. Porter, what say you closing?
Yeah, man. Yeah, the caller realized that he made a mistake by the comment that he made, but it was good of you to engage him in that conversation, bring him back down to earth, and I mean, he sincerely apologized, whether he means it or not, but he did, you know, and we have to give him the benefit of the doubt that he understands that it's not good to use such language in this forum. You know, we have to move on. You know, we have to rally with this coach and this team going forward. You know, give him the support that he needs and the players. You know, to see if we can accomplish, you know, what we're gonna set out to do in the coming months, because now it's 23, 26 is around the corner. I see a Quint, 26 is up on us. We have Nation League. We have to finish in the top 4, top 6 to get into Copa, and then there's World Cup qualifiers. So we have to, whatever the coach need, we have to give him that, support the team, and see where it takes us from here.
Okay. All right. Listen, people. I want to big you up. You understand me? Thank you so much for being a part of the show. Remember, without any explanation, if you want to contribute to the channel, you can Zelle, bam, very easy. Whatever amount, drop it there until further notice. It has been 4.5 hours of good conversation. We continue to seek to progress the football in the way we speak, and I encourage you. You know, I hope that YouTube, the platform, the influencers will be a part of, you know, the conversation that helps to bring just positive change right across Jamaica. Because here's the thing, I while at the Gold Cup, I see, you know, just persons interacting, you know, like Kiri and Ketara. Because once you meet up the people, Neo, everybody, AQ, everybody, when we go to the game and we have on the black, green, and the gold, it's Jamaica, we're saying. And all of us are Jamaicans. And so while we may have robust discussions and arguments here, it shouldn't get to the point where we have, you know, hate and evil planned in our hearts towards each other. It is conversation. So let's converse in a healthy and strong manner, right? I know some of you may have said cut off the call and all of that thing, but I believe that dialogue is important. And sometimes people have to be patient with me. And I've learned this, that you have to seek to understand, seek to understand before being understood. Just give people a chance to express themselves. and then you can speak to them. You understand me? And so encourage you to do that. The football is making progress. And again, thanks to all of you. I must say I appreciate all of you. Many of you called, you checked on, you understand me? And I know that many of you won't call the names, that when we needed something and we called on you, you were there to help. Again, we really, really appreciate that. Continue to support the national team. I'm looking forward to seeing all of you in September at the Nations League. Do not ask me for any ticket. Do not ask me for any shirt. But, you know, yeah. And listen, there's a lot of people who want to join the program, the national program. So we'll see that. Yeah. So bless up yourself. That connector, yeah, man. Bless up, Richard Green, Vinsky, big deal, man. You're low on scene. Yeah. Joe, Demon, no ticket for you, Oh, Gunners, yeah, man. Cranky, the people them asking about Gunners, you and Apollo and Tony need to do that, Mikhail, big up yourself. Ketara, Cranky, Devon, Unseen. T-Got, Coach Minzy. Hey, listen, Coach Minzy doing him show in a track and field. Hear what is going on with Shelley and Fraser Price. Breaking news. Check out Coach Minzy. Check out Unseen Sports TV.
You want information, man?
What?
You want information, eh? Shelley and Fraser Price.
No. The show done. Me no want no anything. Hala Madrid. All the females who are here watching.
Okay, to 5 hours,
man. You must be mad. People, big up yourself. I am Management. This has been I Am Sure Sports. Again, if you want, you can support the channel by hitting up the Zelle. This has been I Am Sure Sports. I am Management, and as usual, we get to this point of the show, and we say we are over, and we are OUT out of here.
Yo, watch about dog. SK New Erdis. The body out there. Sniper King I represent for I Am Sure Sports. You get to me, I say, when you want the latest news and sports and updates and all of that, check out I Am Sure Sports. You know the thing goes in. Remember, cover the whole island. Remember Kingston, Westmoreland, Galchester, Ocho-Race, Galtigo Bay. Everywhere. I Am Sure Sports. Check it out for the latest news and latest updates. Sniper King I represent. Where them feel like? Ha. Yeah, someone on for the food from young, from where they knee height. I Am Sure Sports. Yeah, dog.